The world has always had two layers of knowledge, what's shared openly and what's passed down quietly to those willing to go deeper. Esotericism is that second layer, the hidden traditions, secret philosophies, and mystical currents that have shaped human thought for thousands of years. What you're about to encounter spans ancient Gnostic texts, forgotten mystery cults, and practices so obscure they exist at the very edge of human memory. This video takes you through all of it, from the familiar to the deeply obscure and fringe, tier by tier, descending into the iceberg. This is an iceberg that I created myself and is downloadable on my website. If you would like to support this channel, please subscribe to my Patreon or consider becoming a member here on YouTube for just $5 per month. Now let's begin. So starting off, we have astrology and horoscopes. Astrology is based on a straightforward idea. The positions of celestial bodies at the moment of your birth shape who you are and influence the course of your life. The practice goes back at least to ancient Mesopotamia, where Babylonian priests around 2000 BCE tracked the movements of planets and stars, looking for patterns that might predict everything from harvests to the fate of kingdoms. These early astrologers divided the sky into 12 sections, creating what we now know as the zodiac. Each section corresponds to a constellation and carried specific meanings. As this knowledge spread through Egypt, Greece, and eventually into Islamic and European cultures, it evolved and became more sophisticated. The horoscope, in its classical form, comes from Hellenistic astrology, particularly the works of Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE. His Tetrabiblos laid out systematic rules for interpreting planetary positions and their effects on human personality and destiny. Ptolemy famously wrote that the stars impel, they do not compel, acknowledging that while celestial forces might push you in certain directions, you still have free will. For more than 1,000 years, this framework was taken seriously by scholars, physicians, and royal advisors. Astrology was part of the intellectual toolkit of educated people. What most of us encounter today as astrology would be almost unrecognizable to Ptolemy. Newspaper horoscopes, which only started appearing in the 1930s, boil down complex natal chart analysis into bite-sized daily predictions based purely on your sun sign. Professional astrologers often find this reductive, arguing that real astrological interpretation requires examining your complete birth chart with all its planetary positions, houses, and aspects. In the 20th century, figures like Dane Rudyard tried to reframe astrology as a symbolic language for psychological insight rather than literal fortune-telling. Next up is tarot cards. Tarot cards began as a game, not a mystical tool. They appeared in northern Italy during the 1440s as an expansion of regular playing cards, adding a 5th suit of illustrated trump cards to the existing 4 suits. These early decks, commissioned by noble families like the Visconti Sforza of Milan, featured allegorical images of virtues, celestial bodies, and social ranks. People used them to play tarocchi, a trick-taking game that remains popular in parts of Europe today. For roughly 3 centuries, tarot existed solely as entertainment. There was no esoteric meaning attached to the cards, no fortune-telling, no hidden wisdom passed down from ancient Egypt or anywhere else. The transformation of tarot into an occult instrument happened in the late 18th century, primarily through French occultists who decided the cards must contain secret knowledge. Antoine Court de Gebelin published a widely speculative claim in 1781 that tarot originated in ancient Egypt, carrying the lost wisdom of the Book of Thoth. The first deck created was explicitly designed for divination and was published along with guides for reading the cards. Then in 1909, Arthur Edward Waite and artist Pamela Coleman Smith produced what became the most influential tarot deck in history. The Rider-Waite-Smith deck, as it's now properly called, gave illustrated scenes to all 78 cards, not just the major arcana, making the deck more accessible for intuitive reading. Tarot divination typically involves shuffling a deck while focusing on a question, then laying cards out in specific patterns called spreads. The reader interprets the cards based on their traditional meanings, their positions in the spread, and their relationships to each other. The Fool's journey through the major arcana is often read as an allegory for spiritual development, moving from innocence through trials and revelations toward enlightenment. Skeptics point out that tarot readings rely on the Barnum effect, where vague statements feel personally meaningful, combined with the reader's skill at cold reading. Practitioners counter that tarot works as a mirror for the subconscious, a way to access intuition and see patterns you might otherwise miss. Whatever the mechanism, tarot has fully shed its origins as a parlor game and established itself as one of the most recognizable tools of divination in the world. Next up is numerology. Numerology assigns meaning to numbers, treating them as more than mere quantities. The practice assumes that numbers possess inherent qualities and vibrations that influence events, personalities, and destinies. While various cultures develop number symbolism independently, Western numerology draws heavily from Pythagorean philosophy. Pythagoras, the 6th century BCE Greek mathematician, taught that numbers were the fundamental building blocks of reality. His followers believed that understanding numerical relationships meant understanding the universe itself. The phrase, "all is number," captures this worldview. Each number from 1 to 9 carried specific characteristics. 1 represented unity and beginnings, 2 duality and balance, 3 creativity and expression, and so on. The most common numerological practice involves calculating a person's life path number by reducing their birth date to a single digit. If someone was born on July 23, 1985, you would add 7231985, getting 35. 3 plus 5 equals 8. 8 becomes their life path number, associated with ambition, material success, and authority. Names also yield numbers by assigning numerical values to letters, typically using the Pythagorean system, where A equals 1, B equals 2, and so forth. Master numbers, 11, 22, and sometimes 33, are usually not reduced further because practitioners consider them spiritually significant. The system gets more elaborate from there, with various numbers calculated for personality, destiny, soul urges, and compatibility between people. Numerology sits in an interesting position among esoteric practices. It requires no special equipment, no altered state of consciousness, and no ritual. You just need basic arithmetic. This accessibility has kept it popular even as some other occult practices faded. The human tendency to find patterns in numbers runs deep. We notice repeating digits, feel drawn to certain numbers, and remember numerical coincidences. Numerology provides a framework for making sense of these observations. Next up is chakras and auras. Chakras are described as energy centers within the body, points where life force concentrates and flows. The concept comes from Indian spiritual traditions, particularly from tantric texts composed between the 8th and 12th centuries CE. The Sat Chakra Nirupana, written by Swami Purnananda in 1577, provides one of the most detailed classical descriptions of the chakra system. It describes 7 main chakras aligned along the spine, from the base to the crown of the head. Each chakra governs specific aspects of physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. The root chakra, at the base of the spine, relates to survival and grounding. The sacral chakra governs creativity and sexuality. The solar plexus connects to personal power. The heart chakra bridges the lower and upper centers. The throat chakra involves communication. The third eye relates to intuition and insight. The crown chakra at the top of the head represents spiritual connection and enlightenment. Auras are thought to be luminous fields of energy surrounding living beings. While references to halos and radiant light appear in religious art across cultures, the modern concept of the aura emerged primarily through theosophical teachings in the late 19th century. Charles Webster Leadbeater's book, Man, Visible and Invisible, published in 1902, included elaborate color illustrations of auras and claimed that trained clairvoyants could perceive these energy fields directly. According to aura theory, different colors correspond to different mental and emotional states. Red suggests passion or anger. Blue indicates calm or spiritual awareness. Yellow points to intellectual activity. Muddy or dark colors supposedly reveal emotional blockages or illness. The Western adoption of chakras and auras involves significant transformation. Traditional tantric practice embedded chakras within complex systems of yoga, meditation, and mantra that took years of dedicated training under a guru. The chakras were not just energy centers to balance, but focal points for rigorous spiritual discipline. By the time these concepts reached the New Age movement of the 1960s and 70s, they had been simplified and psychologized. Chakra work became accessible through workshops and self-help books, promising healing and spiritual growth through the demanding framework of traditional practice. This popularization made the concepts widely known, but also divorced them from their original context. Today you can find chakra balancing apps, aura photography booths at wellness fairs, and countless healing modalities built around these ideas, all existing far from their origins in Hindu and Buddhist Tantra. Next up is meditation and mindfulness. Meditation encompasses a wide range of practices aimed at training attention, cultivating awareness, or reaching altered states of consciousness. The term covers everything from focused concentration on a single object to open monitoring of whatever arises in experience. Contemplative practices appear across virtually every major religious tradition. Buddhist meditation techniques like Vipassana and Samatha date back over 2,000 years. Hindu traditions developed elaborate systems of dhyana, described in texts like the Yoga Sutras. Christian monastics practice contemplative prayer and lectio divina. Despite these surface differences, these traditions share common elements: deliberate control of attention, regulation of breath, and systematic observation of mental processes. What varied was the ultimate aim, whether union with the divine, liberation from suffering, or simply peace of mind. Mindfulness, originally a translation of the Pali word sati, referred to a specific quality of awareness in Buddhist practice, maintaining clear, non-judgmental attention to present moment experience. In the late 1970s, John Kabat-Zinn adapted these techniques into mindfulness-based stress reduction, a secular program designed for medical patients dealing with chronic pain. This translation stripped away the religious and metaphysical framework while keeping the practical methods. The move proved extraordinarily successful. Mindfulness entered mainstream culture through therapy, corporate wellness programs, schools, and even military training. Scientific research on meditation exploded, with thousands of studies examining its effects on everything from anxiety to immune function to brain structure. Critics argue that this secular mindfulness has become commodified and trivialized, reduced to an app on your phone or a technique for improving workplace productivity. What began as a path toward liberation from suffering has been repackaged as a tool for managing stress within the same systems that generate it. Next up is feng shui. Feng shui translates literally as wind-water and refers to the Chinese practice of arranging space to harmonize with natural energy flows. The system emerged over several thousand years, drawing from Taoist cosmology, principles of yin and yang, and observations about how landscape features affect human settlements. Classical feng shui practitioners evaluated sites for buildings by examining topography, water sources, and directional orientations. Mountains provided protection and stability. Water brought wealth and opportunity. The goal was to position structures where qi, the vital energy believed to animate all things, could accumulate and flow beneficially. Early texts like the Book of Burial, attributed to Guo Pu in the 4th century CE, laid out principles for locating grave sites and buildings in relation to landforms and compass directions. Multiple schools of feng shui developed over time, each with different methods and priorities. The form school emphasizes landscape features and the shapes of surrounding buildings. The compass school uses the luopan, an elaborate magnetic compass marked with rings of Chinese characters, to calculate precise directional energies. Some practitioners work with flying stars, a system that maps how energy shifts through space over time. When feng shui reached the West in the 1980s and 90s, it underwent significant simplification. Books and consultants began offering accessible rules. Place a fountain here for wealth. Hang a mirror there to redirect energy. Use red in this corner for fame. Traditional practitioners often dismiss this popularized version as disconnected from the complex calculations and cultural knowledge that underpin authentic practice. Yet this simplified feng shui found an eager audience, blending easily with interior design and offering people a sense of control over their environments through spatial arrangement. Next up is crystals and crystal healing. Crystals have been valued throughout history for their beauty, rarity, and supposed metaphysical properties. Ancient Egyptians used lapis lazuli, turquoise, and carnelian in jewelry and burial goods, believing these stones provided protection in the afterlife. Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder cataloged gemstones and their purported effects in his Natural History, though he expressed skepticism about many of the claims. Medieval lapidaries, books describing the properties of stones, attributed healing powers to everything from amethyst to bloodstone. These texts blended observation, folklore, and magical thinking without clear distinction between them. A ruby might be recommended for courage because of its red color, linking it symbolically to blood and vitality, while jade's association with longevity in Chinese culture stemmed partly from its durability. The modern crystal healing movement emerged primarily in the 1980s as part of a broader New Age spirituality. Practitioners assign each crystal specific properties based on color, mineral composition, and traditional associations. Clear quartz amplifies energy and intention. Amethyst promotes spiritual awareness and sobriety. Rose quartz attracts love and emotional healing. Black tourmaline provides protection from negative energy. The practice involves placing stones on or near the body, carrying them, arranging them in patterns, or incorporating them into meditation. Millions of people report subjective benefits from working with crystals, whether through genuine energetic effects, the psychological comfort of ritual, or simply the aesthetic pleasure of surrounding yourself with beautiful objects. Next up is the law of attraction in The Secret. The law of attraction claims that thoughts directly shape reality, that focusing on positive or negative thoughts brings positive or negative experiences into your life. The idea has roots in New Thought, a 19th century American spiritual movement that emphasized the power of mind over matter. Phineas Quimby, often considered the founder, taught that illness originated in wrong thinking and could be cured through mental correction. His students, including Mary Baker Eddy, who founded Christian Science, developed these ideas further. By the early 20th century, books like Wallace Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich and Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich were teaching that mental visualization and positive thinking could manifest material success. the underlying premise remained consistent. Consciousness is primary, thoughts are creative forces, and you attract what you think about. The 2006 book and film The Secret by Rhonda Byrne brought these ideas to a massive global audience, selling millions of copies and spawning countless imitators. Byrne presented the law of attraction as an ancient secret known to historical figures from Buddha to Einstein. The formula she offered was simple: ask for what you want, believe you'll receive it, and feel gratitude as though it's already yours. The universe will deliver. This message proved enormously appealing, especially in its promise that anyone could achieve anything through mental discipline alone. Critics pointed out the victim-blaming implications. If you attract everything in your life, then poverty, illness, and trauma become your own fault for not thinking correctly. The framework also ignores systematic barriers and material conditions that no amount of positive thinking can overcome. Yet the law of attraction persists because it offers something psychologically powerful: a sense of control in an uncertain world, and a simple explanation for why life unfolds as it does. Next up is yin and yang. Yin and yang represent complementary forces in Chinese philosophy, forming the foundation of Taoist cosmology. The concept appears as early as 3rd century BCE in texts like the Yi Jing or the Book of Changes. Yang is associated with qualities like heat, light, activity, masculinity, and heaven. Yin corresponds to cold, darkness, receptivity, femininity, and earth. But these categories are relational rather than absolute. Something is yin or yang only in comparison to something else. Day is yang relative to night, but morning is yin relative to noon. The famous Tajitu symbol, the black and white circle with each half containing a dot of the opposite color, captures this dynamic. The two forces contain each other, generate each other, and transform into each other in continuous cycles. When yang reaches its peak, it begins transforming into yin, and vice versa. This framework shaped Chinese medicine, martial arts, cooking, architecture, and statecraft. Traditional Chinese medicine diagnoses illness as imbalances between yin and yang in the body, with treatment aimed at restoring harmony. Acupuncture, herbal formulas, and dietary recommendations all work within this conceptual system. Even governance was understood through yin-yang dynamics, with rulers needing to balance firm authority with receptive listening. When the concept reached Western audiences in the 20th century, it was often reduced to gender stereotypes or vague notions about balance. Still, the symbol itself became universally recognizable, appearing on everything from jewelry to corporate logos, representing at minimum the idea that opposites define and require each other. Next up is astral projection and out-of-body experiences. Astral projection refers to the deliberate practice of separating consciousness from the physical body and traveling in a non-physical form. Practitioners describe the experience as feeling fully awake and aware while perceiving themselves outside their physical location, often looking down at their own sleeping body. The astral body or subtle body is thought to remain connected to the physical form by a silver cord that stretches across any distance. Techniques for inducing astral projection typically involve deep relaxation, visualization, and maintaining awareness while the body falls asleep. Some methods focus on the vibrational stage, a sensation of intense buzzing or energy rushing through the body that supposedly precedes separation. Robert Monroe, whose 1971 book Journeys Out of the Body popularized the practice in the West, describes systematic experiments with leaving his body and exploring non-physical realms. The phenomenon overlaps significantly with what researchers call out-of-body experiences, which can occur spontaneously during meditation, sleep paralysis, near-death experiences, or moments of extreme stress. Surveys suggest somewhere between 10 and 25% of people report having experienced this at least once. The subjective experience feels completely real to those who have it. They report accurate details about physical spaces they couldn't have seen from their body's position, though controlled studies testing these claims have produced mixed and generally disappointing results. Neuroscience offers explanations involving disruptions in the temporoparietal junction, the brain region that integrates sensory information to create our sense of bodily location. This doesn't necessarily invalidate the experience, but suggests it may be a neurological phenomenon rather than literal separation of consciousness from body. Whether astral projection represents genuine travel in non-physical dimensions or an elaborate construction of the sleeping brain, the experience remains powerful and often life-changing for those who achieve it, raising persistent questions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to physical form. Next up is the third eye and pineal gland. The third eye refers to an invisible eye located in the forehead, associated with spiritual sight and higher perception. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, this corresponds to the Ajna chakra, mentioned briefly when I talked about chakras, which is positioned between the eyebrows, slightly above the bridge of the nose. Sanskrit text describes this energy center as governing intuition, wisdom, and the ability to perceive beyond ordinary reality. When activated through meditation and spiritual practice, the third eye supposedly allows direct knowing, clairvoyance, and access to higher dimensions of consciousness. Representations of the third eye appear in religious iconography across Asia, from the urna or forehead marking on Buddha statues to Shiva's third eye that burns with divine fire when opened. René Descartes proposed in the 17th century that the pineal gland, a small endocrine organ in the center of the brain, served as the seat of the soul and the point of interaction between mind and body. This anatomical speculation combined with esoteric traditions in interesting ways. The pineal gland produces melatonin and regulates sleep-wake cycles, but some researchers have noted it contains photoreceptor cells similar to those in the eye, leading to its description as a vestigial third eye in evolutionary terms. Esoteric traditions seized on this connection, claiming the pineal gland is the physical anchor for the metaphysical third eye. Calcification of the pineal gland from fluoride and other environmental factors became a concern in alternative health circles, with various detox protocols and practices in sun gazing promoted to decalcify and activate it. DMT researcher Rick Strassman speculated that the pineal gland might produce dimethyltryptamine, though this remains unproven in humans. Whether understood as chakra, a metaphysical organ, or a misunderstood endocrine gland, the third eye concept captures something people consistently report in meditation in altered states. A sense of perceiving from a point between and slightly above the physical eyes. Next up is sacred geometry. Sacred geometry treats certain geometric patterns and proportions as fundamental to the structure of reality itself. The term encompasses shapes like the flower of life, Metatron's cube, the Platonic solids, and ratios like the golden mean or phi. Advocates argue these patterns appear throughout nature, in seashells, flowers, crystals, DNA helixes, planetary orbits, and galaxy spirals, suggesting they represent universal principles of creation. The 5 Platonic solids held special significance for ancient Greek philosophers. Plato associated them with the classical elements, the tetrahedron with fire, the cube with earth, the octahedron with air, the icosahedron with water, and the dodecahedron with the cosmos itself. Sacred geometry appears in religious architecture across cultures. Gothic cathedrals incorporate specific proportions believed to reflect divine order. Islamic art uses complex geometric tessellations that avoid representational imagery while expressing mathematical and spiritual principles. Hindu temple architecture follows Vastu Shastra, a system of proportions and orientations connecting earthly structures to cosmic patterns. The Great Pyramid of Giza encodes various mathematical relationships. Whether by design or coincidental remains debated. Modern sacred geometry enthusiasm emerged through New Age movements that emphasize universal patterns connecting science, spirituality, and consciousness. Lastly in this tier is the collective unconscious. Carl Jung proposed the collective unconscious as a deeper layer of the psyche beneath the personal unconscious that Freud had explored. While the personal unconscious contains forgotten memories and repressed experiences unique to each individual, Jung argued that humans share a collective unconscious inherited from our evolutionary past. This stratum of the mind contains archetypes, universal patterns, and symbols that appear across cultures without direct transmission. The hero, the mother, the trickster, the shadow, the anima and animus. These figures emerge spontaneously in myths, dreams, and religious symbolism worldwide because they reflect fundamental structures of human experience. Jung wrote that the collective unconscious is simply the psychic expression of the identity of brain structure, irrespective of all racial differences. He spent decades studying comparative mythology, alchemy, and world religions, documenting what he saw as evidence that the same symbolic patterns arise independently across vastly different cultures. Jung's patients reported dreams containing symbols they had no conscious knowledge of, alchemical imagery, mythological motifs, religious iconography from traditions they'd never studied. He interpreted this as the collective unconscious breaking through, offering guidance and compensation for one-sided conscious attitudes. The concept proved enormously influential beyond clinical psychology, shaping fields from literary criticism to religious studies to marketing. Joseph Campbell's work on the hero's journey drew directly from Jungian archetypes. As a framework for understanding why certain stories and symbols resonate so powerfully across time and culture, Jung's concept continues to shape how people think about meaning, myth, and the depths of the human mind. First up in Tier 2 is Kabbalah and Tree of Life. Kabbalah refers to the mystical tradition within Judaism that seeks to understand the nature of God, creation, and the soul through symbolic interpretation of sacred texts. The word itself means receiving or tradition, pointing to knowledge passed down through generations of initiated students. While mystical currents existed in Judaism from ancient times, Kabbalah as a distinct system emerged in medieval Provence in Spain during the 12th and 13th centuries. The foundational text, the Zohar, appeared around 1280, attributed to the 2nd century rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, but likely composed by Moses de Leon. Written in Aramaic as a mystical commentary on the Torah, the Zohar presents creation as a process of divine emanation, with God's infinite light contracting and flowing outward through various stages to produce the material world. The Tree of Life serves as Kabbalah's central diagram, a map of both cosmic structure and human consciousness. 10 spheres called sephirot, arranged in 3 columns, represent different aspects or emanations of the divine. At the top sits the crown, representing the initial impulse of creation. Below it flows down through wisdom and understanding, continuing through mercy, severity, beauty, victory, splendor, foundation, and finally kingdom at the bottom, representing the material world. 22 paths connect these spheres, corresponding to the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Students of Kabbalah spend years contemplating this structure, using it as a framework for meditation, prayer, and understanding how divine energy flows into manifestation. The system attempts to hold multiple paradoxes simultaneously. God is both transcendent and immanent, both infinite and intimately involved in creation. both utterly unknowable and reflected in every aspect of existence. Next up is Hermeticism and as above, so below. Hermeticism draws from texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure combining the Greek god Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth. The Hermetic writings, composed in Greek between the 1st and 3rd centuries CE in Roman Egypt, present dialogues between Hermes and his students on the nature of God, cosmos, and humanity. The most influential of these texts, the Corpus Hermeticum, was translated into Latin by Marsilio Ficino in 1463 and spread rapidly through Renaissance Europe. Scholars and magicians treated these writings as ancient Egyptian wisdom, predating Moses and Plato, giving them enormous authority. The phrase, as above, so below, comes from the Emerald Tablet, a short cryptic text that became foundational to alchemy and occult philosophy. The full line reads, "That which is below corresponds to that which is above, and that which is above corresponds to that which is below to accomplish the miracle of the one thing." This principle of correspondence suggests that patterns repeat across different scales of reality. The movements of planets mirror processes in the human body and soul. Studying the macrocosm reveals truths about the microcosm and vice versa. This framework allowed practitioners to draw connections between astrology, alchemy, medicine, and spiritual transformation, treating them all as different expressions of universal laws. Hermetic philosophy emphasized gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of the divine, achievable through purification and contemplation. The goal was not just intellectual understanding, but actual transformation, turning the lead of ignorant humanity into the gold of enlightened consciousness. Next up is alchemy, spiritual transformation. Alchemy pursued the transmutation of base metals into gold, the creation of the philosopher's stone, and the discovery of the elixir of life. Historical alchemists worked with actual substances in laboratories, manipulating metals, acids, and minerals through elaborate procedures. They distilled, calcined, dissolved, and recombined materials according to complex recipes preserved in deliberately obscure texts. Success remained elusive, but the pursuit drove genuine chemical discoveries. Alchemists isolated phosphorus, developed new alloys, created medicinal compounds, and refined techniques for working with volatile substances. Their cryptic language protected trade secrets while also reflecting a worldview where matter and spirit interpenetrated, where chemical processes paralleled cosmic and psychological transformations. The spiritual interpretation of alchemy, while always present, became emphasized particularly after Carl Jung's psychological reading of alchemical symbolism in the 20th century. Jung argued that alchemical procedures describe the process of individuation, the integration of the conscious and unconscious mind. The nigretto or blackening stage represented confronting the shadow. The albedo or whitening marked purification. The rubedo or reddening achieved the union of opposites in the awakened self. Whether historical alchemists understood their work primarily as chemical, spiritual, or both remains debated. Texts like the Rosarium Philosophorum blend practical laboratory instructions with mystical imagery in ways that resist easy separation. The alchemical vessel becomes the human body, the base metal the unrefined soul, and the transmutation the arduous work of spiritual development. This dual reading allowed alchemy to survive the rise of modern chemistry as a symbolic language for transformation. Next up is I Ching. The I Ching, or Book of Changes, ranks among the oldest Chinese texts, with origins reaching back over 3,000 years. The core system uses 64 hexagrams, each composed of 6 stacked lines that are either broken yin or unbroken yang. Ancient Chinese diviners generated these hexagrams by manipulating yarrow stalks through an elaborate counting procedure, though later practitioners simplified the process using 3 coins. Each hexagram carries a name, a judgment, and commentary on the constituent lines, providing guidance on how to navigate the situation it represents. King Wen supposedly wrote the judgments while imprisoned around 1100 BCE, and his son, the Duke of Zhao, added the line texts. Confucius later contributed philosophical commentaries called the 10 Wings, transforming a divination manual into a profound text on change, balance, and right action. The I Ching operates on the principle that change is the fundamental reality of existence, but change follows patterns that can be understood and harmonized with. Rather than predicting fixed futures, the text illuminates present conditions and their natural trajectories, suggesting how to align yourself with the flow of events rather than struggle against it. A reading provides not just an answer, but a framework for reflection, often requiring deep consideration to connect the ancient Chinese imagery to contemporary circumstances. The judgment for hexagram 29, Kan, or the abysmal water reads, "If you are sincere, you have success in your heart, and whatever you do succeeds." The text explores danger and how to move through it with integrity and tact. Western audiences discover the I Ching largely through Richard Wilhelm's German translation, which Carrie Baines then translated into English in 1950 with a foreword by Carl Jung. This edition presented the text as a tool for psychological insight, resonating with the counterculture of the 1960s, and established the I Ching as perhaps the most widely used divination system outside the tarot. Next up is Freemasonry. Freemasonry emerged as an organized fraternal order in early 18th century Britain, though it claims lineage back to the stonemason guilds of medieval Europe. The first Grand Lodge formed in London in 1717, establishing the structure of lodges, degrees, and rituals that spread throughout Europe and eventually the world. Candidates progress through 3 degrees: Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master Mason, each involving elaborate ceremonies that use the tools and symbols of stonemasonry as metaphors for moral and spiritual development. The square teaches proper action, the compass teaches proper boundaries, and the rough ashlar stone represents the unrefined individual who must be shaped through self-discipline and virtue into the smooth ashlar of the perfected person. While the Master Mason represents the highest degree in craft Freemasonry, Masons can join appendant bodies that offer additional degrees. The Scottish Rite provides up to 32 numbered degrees plus an honorary 33rd, while the York Rite includes the Royal Ark and other orders, each expanding on Masonic philosophy through further symbolic instruction and degrees of secrecy. The Masonic ritual centers around the legend of Hiram Abiff, the architect of Solomon's Temple, who was murdered by 3 fellow craftsmen demanding secret knowledge he refused to divulge. This allegory of death and symbolic resurrection forms the core of the Master Mason degree, connecting Masonic initiation to ancient mystery traditions. Freemasonry requires belief in a supreme being, referred to as the Great Architect of the universe, but deliberately avoids specifying which religious tradition members should follow, allowing Christians, Jews, Muslims, and others to participate together. This religious tolerance, combined with Enlightenment values and revolutionary political associations, made Masonry both influential and controversial. The Catholic Church banned Catholics from joining in 1738. Conspiracy theories have surrounded Freemasonry since its inception, attributing everything from the French Revolution to modern geopolitics to Masonic machinations. The secrecy of rituals and the presence of powerful men in lodges fed these suspicions, though Masonic teachings themselves emphasize charitable work, moral uprightness, and brotherhood across social divisions. Next up is reincarnation and karma. Reincarnation proposes that consciousness survives bodily death and returns in a new form, cycling through multiple lives across vast spans of time. The concept appears most systematically in Indian religions, where it forms a foundational assumption rather than a debated doctrine. The Upanishads, composed between 800 and 400 BCE, articulate the principle of samsara, the wheel of rebirth driven by karma. The Bhagavad Gita states, "Just as a person casts off worn-out garments and puts on others that are new, even so does the embodied soul cast off worn-out bodies and take on others that are new." Early Buddhism accepted reincarnation but refined the mechanism, teaching anatman, or no self, the idea that no permanent soul transmigrates, but rather a chain of causation links one life to the next like a flame passing from candle to candle. Karma literally means action and refers to the moral law of cause and effect governing rebirth. Actions motivated by attachment, aversion, and ignorance generate karma that binds consciousness to the cycle of death and rebirth. Good actions produce favorable rebirths, bad actions unfavorable ones, but liberation requires transcending the karmic mechanism entirely through enlightenment. Western adoption of these concepts in the 19th and 20th centuries transformed them significantly. Theosophists and the New Age teachers emphasize reincarnation as a learning process, where souls gradually evolve toward perfection through successive lives. This optimistic reading stripped away the Buddhist and Hindu emphasis on samsara as suffering, something to escape rather than embrace. Past life regression therapy, popularized in the 1950s and 60s, treated reincarnation as a therapeutic tool for resolving current psychological issues. The framework became individualized and psychologized, losing the communal and cosmological dimensions central to Asian traditions, while gaining appeal among Western audiences seeking meaning beyond a single lifetime. Next up is Kundalini energy. Kundalini refers to a dormant spiritual energy conceptualized as a coiled serpent resting at the base of the spine in the Muladhara or root chakra. Tantric texts describe Kundalini as Shakti, divine feminine creative power, lying asleep until awakened through yoga, meditation, or the grace of a guru. When aroused, this energy ascends through the central channel called Sushumna, piercing each chakra in turn until reaching the crown where it unites with Shiva, pure consciousness. This union produces samadhi, a state of bliss and non-dual awareness. The 10th century text, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, provides detailed instructions for practices designed to awaken Kundalini, including asanas, pranayama, and mudras. The process is described as both transformative and dangerous, requiring proper preparation and guidance. Western awareness of Kundalini came largely through the writings of Gopi Krishna, whose 1967 autobiography, Kundalini, The Evolutionary Energy in Man, described his spontaneous Kundalini awakening in 1937 during meditation. He experienced years of intense physical and psychological turmoil before the energy stabilized, leaving him in a permanent state of heightened awareness. His account, combining mystical experience with speculation about biological evolution, introduced Kundalini to audiences influenced by the counterculture and human potential movements. Subsequent teachers and practitioners reported Kundalini awakenings producing phenomena ranging from blissful visions to terrifying psychological crises, intense heat in the body, involuntary movements, and radical shifts in perception. Some medical professionals and psychiatrists began documenting what they called Kundalini syndrome, attempting to distinguish genuine spiritual emergence from psychotic episodes. The concept entered therapeutic discourse, yoga studios, and New Age workshops, often simplified or misunderstood, separated from the rigorous tantric framework that traditionally contained and directed this powerful force. Next up is Rumi. Jalal al-Din Muhammad Rumi lived in the 13th century in Persia, working as a respected Islamic scholar and teacher until his transformative encounter with Shams of Tabriz, a wandering dervish who became his spiritual companion and catalyst. A dervish is a Muslim ascetic or mystic that follows the Sufi order. Their intense friendship shattered Rumi's conventional religious life and plunged him into states of ecstatic devotion. When Shams disappeared, likely murdered by Rumi's jealous disciples, Rumi's grief poured out in thousands of lyric poems expressing longing for the divine beloved. His major work, the Masnavi, a 6-volume spiritual epic of nearly 26,000 verses, uses stories, parables, and teaching tales to illuminate the Sufi path. Rumi wrote, "You were born with potential. You were born with goodness and trust. You were born with ideals and dreams. You were born with greatness. You were born with wings. You are not meant for crawling, so don't. You have wings. Learn to use them and fly." Rumi founded the Mevlevi order, known in the West as the Whirling Dervishes, who use spinning meditation as a practice of remembrance and divine union. The Sama ceremony, with its distinctive rotating movement, hypnotic music, and flowing robes, became both a genuine spiritual practice and a cultural symbol of Islamic mysticism. Rumi's poetry emphasizes love as the path to God, transcending religious boundaries and dogmatic restrictions. He taught that forms and rituals matter less than the direct heart knowledge of divine presence. This universalist message made his work enormously popular in the contemporary West, where translations by Coleman Barks became bestsellers and Rumi was proclaimed America's most popular poet. Next up is prana and pranayama. Prana means life force or vital energy in Sanskrit, the animating principle that distinguishes living beings from inert matter. Hindu and yogic philosophy describes prana flowing through the body in channels called nadis, with major concentrations at the chakras. The concept resembles Chinese qi, Japanese ki, and various other cultural formulations of bioenergy that Western science does not recognize. Classical yoga texts like Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and the Hatha Yoga Pradipika treat prana as fundamental to spiritual practice. The Upanishads state, "Prana is the life of all beings, therefore it is called the life of all." Control over prana supposedly grants mastery over the body, senses, and eventually consciousness itself, making pranayama or breath control one of the 8 limbs of classical yoga. Pranayama encompasses dozens of specific breathing techniques, from simple awareness of natural breath to complex patterns involving retention, alternate nostril breathing, and forceful exhalations. Alternate nostril breathing aims to balance the solar and lunar energies in the body. Breath retention allows prana to accumulate and penetrate deeper into subtle bodily structures. Traditional texts warn that these practices can be dangerous without proper instruction, potentially destabilizing both physical and mental health if done incorrectly. Modern yoga classes in the West typically teach simplified versions as relaxation techniques or ways to enhance flexibility and concentration. Scientific research has documented measurable effects of pranayama on nervous system regulation, stress markers, and cardiopulmonary function. The practice sits at an intersection where ancient yogic science meets contemporary wellness culture, with benefits acknowledged even by those who reject the metaphysical premises. Next up is the Eye of Horus, or the Eye of Ra. The Eye of Horus, known as the Wijat, appears as one of the most recognizable symbols from ancient Egypt. The symbol represents the eye of the falcon-headed god Horus, which was torn out during his battle with Seth over kingship of Egypt and later restored by Thoth. In Egyptian mythology, Horus fought his uncle Seth to avenge his father Osiris, and the restored eye became a symbol of healing, protection, and wholeness. Ancient Egyptians used Wijat amulets extensively, placing them on mummies, inscribing them on ships, and wearing them as protective talismans. The symbol also carried mathematical significance, with different parts of the eye representing fractions used in measuring grain and other commodities. The markings within the eye corresponded to the fractions 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, and 1/64, though these add up to only 63 over 64, with the missing portion attributed to Thoth's magic. The Eye of Ra functions differently in Egyptian mythology, representing the feminine counterpart and daughter of Ra, the sun god. This eye acts as an extension of Ra's power, often depicted as a goddess who could be sent out as a weapon against his enemies. Various goddesses, including Hathor, Sekhmet, and Bastet, embodied the Eye of Ra at different times. The myth of the distant goddess tells how the Eye of Ra left Egypt in anger, traveling to Nubia as a lioness. Ra sent Thoth to retrieve her, and upon her return she brought fertility and renewal. While modern esoteric use often conflates these two eyes or treats them interchangeably, they carry distinct meanings in ancient Egyptian religion. The Eye of Horus protected and healed, while the Eye of Ra acted as an aggressive force of solar power. Both symbols appeared extensively in Egyptian art and magical practice, and their geometric precision combined with mythological depth has given them enduring appeal in occult symbolism and protective magic far beyond their original context. Next up is Gnosticism. Anyone that's a follower of this channel, and if you're not, consider hitting the subscribe button, is well aware of what Gnosticism is, but I'll explain it for anyone new. Gnosticism encompasses a diverse collection of religious movements that flourished in the 1st through 4th centuries CE, primarily around the Mediterranean. The term comes from gnosis, Greek for knowledge, but refers to direct experiential insight into spiritual reality rather than intellectual understanding. Gnostic systems shared certain core features. The material world was created not by the true God, but by a lesser, ignorant deity called the Demiurge, or Yaldabaoth. Human souls contain sparks of light trapped in matter, and salvation comes through awakening to one's true divine nature and escaping the prison of the physical world. The Gospel of Thomas, discovered among the Nag Hammadi texts in 1945, presents Jesus as a wisdom teacher offering secret knowledge. If you bring forth what is within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have that within you, what you do not have within you will kill you. Early Christian authorities condemned Gnosticism as heresy, and figures like Irenaeus wrote extensive refutations of Gnostic teachings. The Orthodox position insisted on one God who created a good world, the reality of Christ's physical resurrection, and salvation through faith in the institutional church rather than secret knowledge. The Gnostic texts were destroyed systematically, and until the 20th century, most knowledge of Gnosticism came from the polemics of its opponents. The Nag Hammadi discovery changed this entirely, providing original Gnostic scriptures including Gospels, Apocalypses, and theological treatises. These texts revealed sophisticated cosmologies where multiple divine beings emanated from the unknowable source, and the material world resulted from a cosmic mistake or tragedy. The Gnostic worldview appealed to people feeling alienated from the material world, offering an explanation for evil and suffering while promising that the true self belongs to a higher reality. Modern interest in Gnosticism surged in the late 20th century, resonating with countercultural rejection of institutional religion, fascination with suppressed alternative Christianities, and the psychological appeal of gnosis as a path to self-realization. Next up is Rosicrucianism. Rosicrucianism emerged through three manifestos published anonymously in Germany between 1614 and 1616, the Fama Fraternitatis, the Confessio Fraternitatis, and the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. These texts announce the existence of a secret brotherhood of learned men possessing ancient wisdom about nature, medicine, and spiritual transformation. The manifestos told the story of Christian Rosenkreuz, a German nobleman who supposedly traveled to the East in the 15th century, learned hidden knowledge from Arabian and Egyptian masters, and returned to found a secret order. The brothers claimed abilities to heal the sick without payment, to remain invisible, and to communicate across great distances. They called for a general reformation of knowledge, combining scientific inquiry with spiritual insight, and promised to reveal themselves to worthy seekers. Many now believe the manifestos were likely written by a circle of German Protestant intellectuals, intended as an allegory for spiritual and intellectual reform during a period of religious warfare and social upheaval. Yet the manifestos created genuine historical effects. All across Europe, seekers tried to contact the mysterious brotherhood. Alchemists, philosophers, and reformers claimed Rosicrucian affiliation or published responses to the manifestos. By the 18th and 19th centuries, actual organizations adopted the Rosicrucian name and symbolism, creating initiatory systems blending Hermeticism, Kabbalah, alchemy, and Christian mysticism. The ancient mystical order of Rosicruces, founded in 1915 by Harvey Spencer Lewis, became the most prominent American Rosicrucian organization, offering correspondence courses in esoteric philosophy. The movement transformed from non-existent secret society to literal hoax to actual organizational reality, demonstrating how powerful mythic narratives can generate the very phenomena they initially only imagined. Next up is Taoism. Taoism developed in China as both a philosophical tradition and a religious practice, rooted in texts like the Tao Te Ching, attributed to Lao Tzu. The Tao, usually translated as the Way, refers to the fundamental nature of reality, the pattern underlying all existence that cannot be adequately captured in words. The Tao Te Ching opens with the famous statement, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Philosophical Taoism emphasizes Wu Wei, effortless action in harmony with natural processes, and spontaneous responsiveness to circumstances rather than rigid adherence to rules. The sage observes how water flows around obstacles, how plants bend rather than break in the wind, and learns how to move through life with similar suppleness. Religious Taoism developed elaborate practices for cultivating longevity and spiritual immortality through internal alchemy or neidan. Where external alchemy sought to create elixirs of immortality from minerals and herbs, internal alchemy worked directly with the body's energies. Practitioners circulated qi through specific channels, refined jing or essence into qi, and then into shen or spirit, and attempted to create an immortal spiritual body. The microcosmic orbit involves circulating energy up the spine and down the front of the body in a continuous loop, purifying and strengthening the energetic system. Advanced practices like embryonic breathing and the formation of the golden elixir aimed at complete transformation. These techniques were transmitted in master-student lineages, with much kept secret or described in deliberately obscure alchemical metaphors. Taoist internal alchemy influenced Chinese medicine, martial arts, and meditation practices throughout East Asia. When these methods reached Western audiences, they appeared in simplified form through Qigong classes and books on Taoist yoga, accessible to casual practitioners, but missing the full depth of the tradition's transformative aims and demanding requirements. Next up is Advaita Vedanta non-duality. Advaita Vedanta represents one of the major schools of Hindu philosophy, teaching that ultimate reality consists of a single undivided consciousness called Brahman. The term Advaita means not two, emphasizing that the apparent multiplicity of the world constitutes an illusion or maya, obscuring the fundamental unity underlying all existence. The 8th century philosopher Adi Shankara systematized Advaita teachings through commentaries on the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutras. Shankara argued that the individual self, or Atman, is identical with Brahman, writing, "Brahman is real, the world is illusory, the individual soul is nothing but Brahman itself." The goal of spiritual practice becomes recognizing this identity directly, not as intellectual understanding, but as lived realization that dissolves the sense of being a separate self. Advaita distinguishes between different levels of reality. From the absolute perspective, only Brahman exists, unchanging and eternal. From the relative perspective of everyday experience, the world appears real and functions according to consistent patterns. The snake rope analogy illustrates this. Seeing a rope in darkness and mistaking it for a snake creates genuine fear in physical responses, but the snake never existed. Similarly, the individual experiencing themselves as separate from others and from the divine operates under a fundamental misidentification that causes suffering. Practices like self-inquiry, asking, "Who am I?" and tracing the sense of self back to its source, aim to cut through this misidentification. Ramana Maharshi made this technique central to his teaching in the 20th century, and his approach brought Advaita to widespread Western attention. Contemporary non-dual teachers often present Advaita in secular psychological language, emphasizing present moment awareness and the recognition that consciousness exists prior to thought and identity. This popularization has made non-dual awareness a recognizable concept in spiritual circles, while sometimes losing the rigorous philosophical framework and demanding practice that traditional Advaita requires. Next up is Knights Templar. The Knights Templar began as a military religious order founded around 1119 in Jerusalem during the Crusades. Originally called the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, they took monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience while serving as armed protectors of Christian pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. King Baldwin II of Jerusalem granted them headquarters on the Temple Mount, in what was believed to be the site of Solomon's temple, giving them their name. The order grew rapidly in wealth and power, receiving donations of land and money throughout Europe. They developed an early form of banking, allowing pilgrims to deposit funds in one Templar house and withdraw them in another, avoiding the dangers of traveling with gold. By the early 14th century, the Templars had become enormously wealthy and politically powerful, which made them targets. King Philip IV of France, deeply in debt to the order, orchestrated their downfall. On Friday, October 13th, 1307, Philip had Templars throughout France arrested simultaneously on charges of heresy, idol worship, and obscene rituals. Under torture, some Templars confessed to spitting on the cross, denying Christ, and worshipping a mysterious head called Baphomet. Pope Clement V, under pressure from Philip, dissolved the order in 1312. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burned at the stake in 1314, allegedly cursing the king and pope as he died. Both men died within the year, lending credence to legends of Templar occult power. The order's sudden destruction, the mystery of their hidden treasures supposedly never recovered, and the accusations of secret knowledge and heretical practices have made the Templars central figures in conspiracy theories and esoteric speculation. Claims that they discovered sacred relics, possessed secret teachings, or survived underground have proliferated for centuries, with various organizations claiming Templar lineage despite historical discontinuity. To close off Tier 2 is incantation. Incantation refers to the use of spoken or chanted words to produce magical effects, operating on the principle that language possesses inherent power beyond mere communication. The practice appears across cultures and throughout history, from Mesopotamian priests reciting formulas to bind demons, to medieval grimoires providing exact wording for summoning angels, to contemporary Wiccans casting circles with traditional invocations. The effectiveness of incantations typically depends on precise pronunciation, proper timing, and the speaker's spiritual authority or state of consciousness. Many traditions teach that certain words, particularly divine names, vibrate at frequencies that affect spiritual realities directly. The assumption underlying incantation is that speech is creative, that words do not just describe reality, but shape it. The relationship between incantation and prayer remains ambiguous in many traditions. Both use formulaic language addressed to spiritual powers, but incantation emphasizes the mechanical effectiveness of correctly performed verbal formulas, while prayer emphasizes relationship and supplication. The distinction partly depends on whether power is understood as inherent in the words themselves or as granted by divine beings who choose to respond. Mantras in Hindu and Buddhist practice function similarly to incantations, with syllables like Om considered to carry spiritual potency independent of semantic meaning. The Catholic Church preserved Latin for the Mass, partly because sacred language was thought to hold power that translation might diminish. Grimoire traditions provide elaborate incantations mixing Hebrew divine names, corrupted Greek and Latin, and nonsense syllables, all meant to be pronounced exactly as written. Modern chaos magic experiments with this by creating incantations in invented languages or treating pop culture references as magically potent, testing whether belief and intent matter more than traditional forms. Whether incantations work through psychological suggestion, spiritual forces, or not at all remains contested, but the human impulse to speak reality into being through carefully chosen words persists across every culture and era. First up is Theosophy. The Theosophical Society was founded in New York City in 1875 by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Henry Steele Olcott, and William Quan Judge. Blavatsky, a Russian aristocrat who claimed extensive travels through Tibet and India, presented theosophy as ancient wisdom transmitted by highly evolved spiritual masters called Mahatmas, or the Great White Brotherhood. Her massive works, particularly Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine, synthesize elements from Hinduism, Buddhism, Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and Western occultism into a comprehensive cosmology. She taught that humanity evolves through root races across vast cycles of time, that spiritual masters guide this evolution from hidden locations in the Himalayas, and that all religions contain fragments of a single primordial truth. Blavatsky wrote that there is no religion higher than truth, positioning theosophy as the framework capable of reconciling science, religion, and philosophy. The Theosophical Society profoundly influenced Western esotericism, despite controversies surrounding Blavatsky herself. After her death in 1891, the society fractured into competing organizations, with figures like Annie Besant and Charles Leadbeater developing increasingly elaborate clairvoyant descriptions of invisible worlds, past lives, and occult anatomy. Theosophy introduced concepts like chakras, karma, and reincarnation to Western audiences before these ideas became commonplace. The Society's emphasis on Eastern wisdom, universal brotherhood, and the evolution of consciousness shaped the New Age movement, anthroposophy, and countless spiritual seekers who encountered Hindu and Buddhist concepts first through theosophical interpretation. Critics note that theosophy often misrepresented the Asian traditions it claimed to preserve, filtering them through Victorian assumptions and racial hierarchies that placed white Europeans at the pinnacle of spiritual evolution. Yet theosophy's historical impact remains undeniable, functioning as a crucial bridge between 19th century occultism and 20th century alternative spirituality. Next up is the Golden Dawn. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was founded in London in 1888 by three Freemasons, William Robert Woodman, William Wynne Westcott, and Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers. The order claimed legitimacy through cipher manuscripts, supposedly containing fragmentary rituals from a German Rosicrucian adept, though these documents were likely forged by Westcott himself. Regardless of its dubious origins, the Golden Dawn developed into the most influential magical order in modern Western occultism. The system synthesized Kabbalah, tarot, astrology, geomancy, alchemy, and Egyptian symbolism into an elaborate grade structure. Members progressed through initiations corresponding to the 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, from neophyte through grades like Zelator and Philosophus, learning increasingly complex magical theory and practice at each stage. The Golden Dawn attracted remarkable individuals, including poet W.B. Yeats, actress Florence Farr, and occultist Aleister Crowley. Mathers, who became the order's dominant force, claimed contact with the secret chiefs, non-physical intelligences guiding the order's work. Internal conflicts erupted in 1900 when members questioned Mathers' authority and Crowley's rapid advancement through the grades. The order splintered into multiple factions, with various groups claiming authentic lineage. Despite organizational chaos, Golden Dawn teachings spread through published works, particularly Israel Regardie's complete publication of the order's rituals in the 1930s. The system's influence extends through virtually all contemporary Western ceremonial magic. The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, taught to Golden Dawn neophytes, became perhaps the most widely practiced ritual in modern occultism. The order demonstrated that elaborate ceremonial magic could be systematized, taught, and practiced by dedicated students rather than remaining the province of isolated adepts. The democratization of magical knowledge, combined with the synthesis of diverse traditions into a coherent system, established the template for 20th century magical orders. Next up is Enochian magic. Between 1582 and 1589, the Elizabethan mathematician and occultist John Dee, along with his scryer Edward Kelly, conducted elaborate sessions of spiritual communication. Kelly would gaze into a crystal or black obsidian mirror, while Dee recorded the visions and messages that emerged. The spirits, who identified themselves as angels, transmitted a complex magical system including a unique language, intricate tables of letters and numbers, and detailed instructions for contacting angelic hierarchies. The angels claimed this system represented the original language spoken by Adam in Eden, and the method by which Enoch walked with angels. Dee approached these sessions with profound seriousness, seeing them as a divine commission to recover prelapsarian wisdom. His extensive diaries document not just the magical material, but his prayers, doubts, and wrestling with whether these spirits serve God or Satan. The Enochian material lay largely dormant until the Golden Dawn incorporated it into their advanced magical curriculum in the late 19th century. Members like MacGregor Mathers and Aleister Crowley worked extensively with this system, particularly the Enochian calls or keys, 19 invocations in the angelic language. Crowley's work with the 30 aethers or Enochian planes, visionary realms described in the Enochian system, produced some of his most powerful mystical experiences and magical writings. The language itself follows consistent grammatical rules and contains a substantial vocabulary, leading some practitioners to treat it as a genuine angelic tongue. Regardless of its origin, magicians report that Enochian calls produce unusually intense results, sometimes frighteningly so. The system remains controversial even among ceremonial magicians, with some considering it the most powerful magical technology available and others warning against its dangers. The elaborate tables, the alien quality of the language, and the dramatic angelic cosmology give Enochian magic a distinctive character that sets it apart from other Western magical traditions. Next up is mystery schools. Ancient Mediterranean mystery cults offered initiatory experiences that promised spiritual transformation, secret knowledge, and favorable conditions after death. Unlike public civic religion with its open rituals and temples, the mysteries required initiation, maintained strict secrecy about their rites, and emphasized direct personal experience with the divine. The most famous were the Eleusinian mysteries, celebrated for nearly 2,000 years near Athens. Initiates underwent the lesser mysteries in spring and could return to the greater mysteries in autumn, which involved fasting, procession to Eleusis, and experiences in the telesterion or hall of initiation. Classical sources praised the mysteries extravagantly. Cicero wrote that Athens gave the world nothing finer than the Eleusinian rites, which taught humanity not only to live with joy, but to die with better hope. What actually happened during the Eleusinian initiation remains unknown because initiates kept their oaths of secrecy remarkably well. Scholars speculate based on fragmentary evidence and later descriptions. The culminating vision in the telesterion likely involved revelation of sacred objects, dramatic reenactment of Persephone's descent to the underworld and return, and possibly the experience of dying and being reborn. Some researchers argue that participants consumed a psychoactive potion called kykeon, potentially containing ergot alkaloids similar to LSD, producing mystical experiences of death, rebirth, and union with the divine. Orphic mysteries, associated with the mythical poet Orpheus, taught that humans possess both earthly and divine nature, that the soul undergoes cycles of reincarnation, and that purification and initiation could break this cycle. Gold tablets buried with the Orphic initiates provide instructions for the afterlife journey, including what to say to the guardians of the underworld. These mysteries profoundly influenced Plato, Pythagoras, and early Christianity, which adopted initiatory structures and mystery language while condemning pagan content. The aura of ancient wisdom, transformative experience, and jealously guarded secrets has made mystery schools a persistent model for esoteric organizations. Next up is Ascended Masters. The concept of Ascended Masters emerged primarily through Theosophy, referring to spiritually advanced beings who have completed their earthly incarnations but remain engaged in guiding humanity's evolution. Helena Blavatsky claimed contact with these masters, particularly Moria and Kuthumi, who allegedly transmitted the teachings in her massive works through letters, telepathic communication, and rare physical meetings. She described them as members of a great white brotherhood, an organized hierarchy of perfected souls working from hidden locations in the Himalayas and elsewhere. These masters supposedly possess vast knowledge, extraordinary powers, and concern for humanity's spiritual development. The Ascended Master concept proliferated through movements that spun off from Theosophy. Guy Ballard's I Am activity in the 1930s introduced Saint Germain, a supposed 18th century alchemist and immortal master, as the primary teacher. The Ballards claimed Saint Germain appeared physically, gave them instruction, and granted them authority to spread his teachings throughout America. Elizabeth Clare Prophet's Church Universal and Triumphant further developed the master teachings, adding elaborate dictations from dozens of ascended beings including Jesus, Mother Mary, and various historical figures. Each movement featured charismatic leaders claiming exclusive or privileged contact with the masters, producing voluminous channeled messages mixing spiritual platitudes with specific instructions for followers. Critics point out the obvious pattern of authority claims backing human leaders, the masters conveniently supporting whatever doctrine the channel promotes, and the consistent failure of specific predictions made in the masters' names. Yet millions have found meaning in the concepts of wise beings guiding humanity from beyond, whether understood literally as actual entities or symbolically as archetypal wisdom. The masters serve a psychological and spiritual function, providing reassurance that humanity is not alone, that evolution has a purpose, and that help is available from those who have walked the path before. Next up is Siberian Shamanism. The word shaman itself comes from the Tungus people of Siberia, entering Western languages through Russian exploration and ethnographic accounts in the 17th and 18th centuries. The Siberian shamanic traditions vary across the vast regions but share common features. Shamans serve as intermediaries between the human community and the spirit world, entering trance states to journey to other realms, diagnose illness, retrieve lost souls, negotiate with spirits, and maintain cosmic balance. They typically wear elaborate costumes covered in metal ornaments, feathers, and symbolic objects, and use frame drums to induce altered states. The steady rhythm of drumming, sometimes described as the shaman's horse, carries consciousness into non-ordinary reality. Becoming a shaman often involves an initiatory crisis. The future shaman experiences a physical or mental breakdown, visions of dismemberment by spirits, symbolic death, and rebirth. Spirits disassemble the candidate's body, replace organs, insert magical objects, and reconstruct the individual with new capacities for seeing and traveling the spirit world. The influential study Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy, documented these patterns across Siberian and Central Asian cultures. Soviet authorities suppressed shamanic practice as superstition and backwardness, arresting shamans and confiscating ritual objects. After the Soviet collapse, shamanic traditions experienced revival, though inevitably changed by decades of disruption. Western neo-shamanism, particularly through Michael Harner's core shamanism, extracted techniques from Siberian and other indigenous traditions, stripping away cultural context to create a universal shamanic toolkit. This approach makes shamanic journey practice accessible to Westerners, but raises questions about cultural appropriation and whether shamanism, divorced from its original cosmology and community function, retains authentic power or becomes merely therapeutic technique. Next up is Mount Meru. In Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain cosmology, Mount Meru stands as the sacred mountain at the center of the universe. The Puranas describe it as 84,000 yojanas high, its peak reaching into the heavens, its base in the underworld. The sun, moon, and stars revolve around Meru. The gods dwell on its slopes and summit. 4 world continents extend in the cardinal directions from Meru, with the southern continent, Jambudvipa, representing the human realm. Rivers flow from the mountain, and wish-fulfilling trees grow on its slopes. Some descriptions give Meru 4 faces of different precious materials: gold, crystal, ruby, and lapis lazuli. The mountain functions as the organizing principle of reality itself, the point around which everything else orients. Buddhist cosmology adopted and adapted the Meru concept. Tibetan Thangka paintings depict the mountain surrounded by concentric oceans and mountain ranges, with various god realms, hungry ghost realms, and hell realms arranged in vertical layers. The structure represents both external cosmos and internal spiritual geography, with different levels corresponding to states of consciousness. Some scholars have attempted to identify Mount Meru with actual mountains, particularly Mount Kailash in Tibet, though traditional understanding treats Meru as existing on a different plane than ordinary geography. The mandala, a key meditation tool in Vajrayana Buddhism, often represents a celestial palace on the summit of Mount Meru, with the practitioner visualizing themselves at the center surrounded by enlightened beings. This cosmology retains profound symbolic power. Meru represents the notion that reality has a sacred center, that the cosmos possesses inherent structure and meaning, and that human existence occurs within a vast hierarchical reality extending far beyond ordinary perception. Whether understood mythologically or mystically, Mount Meru provides a vertical axis connecting underworlds, earthly existence, and celestial realms in a coherent whole. Next up is Agartha and Shambhala. These legendary locations represent hidden kingdoms or enlightened civilizations existing either underground or in remote regions of Central Asia. Shambhala appears in Tibetan Buddhist texts as a mystical kingdom where the Kala Chakra teachings are preserved. The kingdom is ruled by enlightened kings who will eventually emerge to defeat the forces of materialism and usher in a golden age. Traditional texts describe Shambhala as located north of the Himalayas, reachable only by those with sufficient spiritual realization. The journey to Shambhala functions as both literal quest and metaphor for the spiritual path. Some lineages teach that while Shambhala once existed as a physical place, it now persists on a different plane, accessible only through meditation and inner development. Agartha emerged through Western esoteric literature, particularly the French occultist Alexandre Saint-Yves d'Alvedre, who wrote about an underground kingdom ruled by enlightened masters in the late 19th century. His account blended theosophical concepts of hidden masters with speculation about hollow earth theories and subterranean civilizations. The Polish explorer Ferdynand Ossendowski's 1922 book, Beasts, Men, and Gods, described rumors he heard in Mongolia about the king of the world ruling from an underground realm. These accounts fed into both legitimate esoteric interest and darker appropriations. Nazi occultists became fascinated with Shambhala and Agartha, sending expeditions to Tibet seeking the source of Aryan racial superiority and lost spiritual technologies. This contamination has made the topics difficult to approach, yet the core symbolism remains powerful across cultures. Somewhere beyond ordinary maps exists a place where wisdom is preserved, where enlightened beings maintain knowledge that the outer world has lost, and from which help may come when humanity most needs it. Whether understood as literal locations, visionary realms, or symbols for awakened consciousness, these hidden kingdoms express the persistent hope that reality contains more than we currently know. Next up is scrying. Scrying refers to the practice of gazing into the reflective or translucent surfaces to induce visions, contact spirits, or perceive hidden information. The technique appears across cultures using various tools: crystal balls, black mirrors, bowls of water, polished metal, fire, smoke, or even pools of ink. The process typically involves relaxing the eyes and mind while maintaining soft focus on the scrying medium. Initial results often include optical effects, shadows and shapes forming in the surface, which gradually give way to more developed visions if the scryer achieves the proper state of consciousness. Some practitioners report the surface seeming to cloud over or fill with mist before images emerge. Others describe the visions appearing in the mind's eye rather than literally in the tool itself, with the physical object serving primarily as a focus for concentration. John Dee's obsidian mirror and crystal, now in the British Museum, represent the most famous scrying tools in Western occult history. As mentioned earlier in this tier, his scryer, Edward Kelly, used these instruments to receive the Enochian material, though Dee himself apparently lacked the ability to see visions directly. Medieval grimoires provide instructions for consecrating mirrors and crystals, specifying particular times and astrological conditions for construction and first use. The tools were often inscribed with divine names and angelic seals, different spirits supposedly appearing more readily in different media. Water scrying, or hydromancy, was considered safer than mirror work, which could potentially trap unwary practitioners or allow dangerous entities through. Contemporary occultists continue scrying practice, with some using traditional tools and others experimenting with computer screens or other reflective surfaces. Psychological explanations suggest scrying induces a light trance state, where the subconscious mind projects images onto ambiguous visual stimuli, essentially creating a Rorschach test that the scryer interprets as external vision. Whether the source is spiritual entities, the deep psyche, or something else entirely, skilled scryers report remarkably detailed and sometimes verifiable information emerging through the practice. Next up is the Seal of Solomon. The Seal of Solomon, typically depicted as a hexagram or six-pointed star, appears throughout magical and mystical traditions as a symbol of divine power and protection. The symbol derives from legends about King Solomon, who according to Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, possessed a magical ring that gave him authority over demons and spirits. The Testament of Solomon, a Greek text probably composed in the 1st to 3rd centuries CE, describes Solomon using his ring to compel demons to build a temple in Jerusalem. Each demon revealed its name, the angel who could bind it, and the specific afflictions it caused. This text established Solomon as the archetypal magician king, whose wisdom extended to commanding the entire spirit world. The hexagram became associated with Solomon, though earlier depictions sometimes show his seal as a pentagram or other symbols. Medieval and Renaissance grimoires like the Key of Solomon and the Lesser Key of Solomon provide elaborate instructions for creating talismans bearing the seal to protect magicians during spirit evocation. The symbol supposedly creates a boundary that spirits cannot cross, protecting the magician while compelling entities to manifest visibly. The hexagram combines two triangles, one pointing up and one down, representing the union of opposites, fire and water, masculine and feminine, heaven and earth, microcosm and macrocosm. The symbolism connected the Seal of Solomon to Hermetic philosophy and alchemical thought. In Jewish tradition, the hexagram became known as the Magen of David or Shield of David, though this association developed later than its magical uses. The symbol appears on synagogues, amulets, and eventually the flag of Israel, where its magical origins are largely forgotten in favor of purely religious and national significance. The seal represents one of several symbols, including the pentagram, that circulate through magical practice, religious iconography, and secular culture with constantly shifting meanings. Next up is Neoplatonism and the One. Neoplatonism emerged in the 3rd century CE through the philosopher Plotinus, who synthesized Platonic philosophy with mystical and religious elements. His student Porphyry organized his teachings into the Enneads, 6 sets of 9 treatises covering metaphysics, cosmology, ethics, and the path to spiritual realization. At the center of Neoplatonic philosophy stands the One, an absolutely transcendent principle beyond all categories, qualities, and descriptions. The One is not a being among beings, but the source from which all existence flows. Plotinus wrote that the One has no need of anything, but is the good and source of all good. Because the One transcends all attributes, we can only approach it through negative theology, saying what it is not rather than what it is. From the One emanates the nous or divine mind, containing the eternal forms or archetypes of all things. From nous emanates the world soul, which animates the material cosmos. Individual human souls descend from the world soul into bodies, becoming trapped in matter and forgetting their divine origin. The spiritual path involves returning to the source through philosophical contemplation, ethical purification, and mystical practice. Plotinus described achieving kenosis, union with the One, through meditation that progressively transcends thought, images, and even the sense of self. He reportedly experienced this union multiple times, describing it as a state beyond duality, where the distinction between knower and known dissolves. Neoplatonism profoundly influenced Christian theology through figures like Augustine and Pseudo-Dionysius, Islamic philosophy through thinkers like Avicenna, and Jewish mysticism through Kabbalah. The Renaissance revival of Neoplatonism through Marsilio Ficino and the Florentine Academy shaped Western esotericism permanently. The vision of reality as emanating from a transcendent source, the emphasis on spiritual return through contemplation, and the synthesis of philosophy with mystical practice established patterns that echo through nearly every subsequent esoteric tradition in the West. Next up is Manly P. Hall. Manly Palmer Hall published The Secret Teaching of All Ages in 1928 at age 27, producing an encyclopedic survey of esoteric philosophy, symbolism, and mystery traditions. The oversized book, illustrated with hundreds of images, covered Pythagorean mathematics, Hermetic philosophy, Rosicrucian symbolism, Masonic ritual, alchemical processes, Kabbalistic doctrine, and comparative mythology. Hall wrote with genuine scholarship and deep synthesis, drawing connections between disparate traditions and presenting Western esotericism as a coherent whole. The book became a classic, introducing countless readers, including myself, to occult subjects and establishing Hall as a major voice in 20th century esoteric thought. He founded the Philosophical Research Society in Los Angeles in 1934, where he lectured for over 50 years on comparative religion, mysticism, and ancient wisdom. Hall's work emphasized the perennial philosophy, the idea that all authentic spiritual traditions contain the same essential truths expressed through different cultural forms. He taught that ancient mystery schools preserve sacred knowledge about the soul's journey, the structure of reality, and humanity's divine potential. This knowledge had been encoded in myths, symbols, and initiatory rituals to protect it from profanation while ensuring its transmission. Hall presented esotericism as complementary to, rather than opposed to, exoteric religion, with the mysteries offering deeper understanding available to those willing to study and contemplate. His lectures covered an astounding range of topics: Egyptian symbolism, Platonic philosophy, Native American shamanism, Buddhist meditation, tarot symbolism, and dream interpretation. Critics sometimes found his work too broad, sacrificing depth for breadth, and occasionally making historical claims that did not hold up to scholarly scrutiny. Yet Hall's genuine learning, clear presentation, and evident reverence for wisdom traditions made him enormously influential. He provided a comprehensive introduction to Western esotericism for general audiences, presenting complex material accessibly while maintaining intellectual seriousness. His work continues to serve as an entry point for people discovering that beneath conventional religion and materialist philosophy lies a vast tradition of mystical knowledge. Next up is Aleister Crowley and Thelema. Aleister Crowley remains the most famous and infamous occultist of the 20th century, a figure whose genuine magical achievements and deliberate provocations made him simultaneously influential and scandalous. Born in 1875 to a wealthy English family, Crowley joined the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in 1898, rapidly advancing through the grades before conflicts with other members led to his departure. In 1904, while in Cairo with his wife Rose, Crowley received the Book of the Law through an entity identifying itself as Aiwass, his holy guardian angel. This brief text proclaimed a new eon, the Aeon of Horus, and established the lemma as a spiritual philosophy centered on the law. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thelema teaches that every individual possesses a true will, their authentic purpose and path in life, which they must discover and follow. Do what thou wilt does not mean do whatever you want in the moment, but rather discover and accomplish your true purpose, which aligns with cosmic order. The supplementary law, love is the law, love under will, emphasizes that true will operates through love rather than selfish desire. Crowley spent the rest of his life developing Thelemic philosophy, writing extensively on magic, yoga, and mysticism. He founded the AA, a magical order teaching his system, and later became the head of the Ordo Templi Orientis, organizing it around Thelemic principles. His magical diary and published works document experience with ceremonial magic, tantric sex practices, drug use, and yogic meditation. The British press called him the wickedest man in the world, a title Crowley embraced, deliberately courting scandal through provocation and boundary crossing. He died in poverty in 1947, but his influence grew posthumously. The lemma continues through various organizations, and Crowley's writings on magic, particularly magic in theory and practice, remain foundational texts for contemporary occultists, regardless of whether they accept the lemmic philosophy. Next up is the Bardo Thodol, commonly known in the West as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Bardo Thodol, which translates as liberation through hearing in the intermediate states, belongs to the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism and is attributed to the 8th century master Padmasambhava. The text provides instructions meant to be read aloud to a dying or recently deceased person, guiding consciousness through the bardos or intermediary states between death and rebirth. According to the teaching, after death, the consciousness separates from the body and experiences a series of visions: peaceful deities, wrathful deities, and eventually the 6 realms of rebirth. These appearances are not external entities, but projections of the dying person's own mind. Recognition of this fact leads to liberation. Failure to recognize leads to continued wandering in samsara, the cycle of death and rebirth. The text instructs the deceased to recognize the clear light of reality appearing at the moment of death. If this opportunity is missed, subsequent bardos offer additional chances for liberation, though they become progressively more difficult as the consciousness becomes more confused. The peaceful and wrathful deities appear in mandala formations, their terrifying aspects meant to shock the consciousness into recognition of its true nature. Y.W. Evans Wentz published the first English translation in 1927 with a psychological commentary by Carl Jung in later editions. This translation presented the Bardo Thodol to Western audiences, where it found readers far beyond Buddhist circles. Timothy Leary, Ralph Metzner, and Richard Alpert adapted the text in The Psychedelic Experience, using its structure as a guide for LSD trips. This appropriation troubled Tibetan teachers, who emphasized that the text addresses literal death and rebirth, not drug-induced altered states. The Bardo Thodol has influenced Western approaches to death and dying, hospice care, and conversations about consciousness after death. Whether understood literally as a map of post-mortem experience, or metaphorically as describing states of consciousness, the text presents a vision where death is not annihilation, but transition, and where recognition can lead to liberation. Next up is entheogenic rituals. Entheogen means generating the divine within, a term coined in 1979 by scholars seeking a more accurate alternative to psychedelic or hallucinogen. Entheogens are substances used in religious and spiritual contexts to induce mystical experiences, visions, and altered states of consciousness. The use of such substances appears throughout human history and across cultures. The Eleusinian mysteries likely involve psychoactive potion called kaikion, as mentioned earlier. Vedic priests use soma, a plant whose identity remains debated. Mesoamerican cultures use psilocybin mushrooms, peyote, and ayahuasca in ceremonial contexts. Indigenous peoples of Siberia consumed Amanita muscaria mushrooms. These practices were embedded in complex cultural and religious frameworks with trained specialists, ritual protocols, and theological interpretations that gave meaning to the experiences. Contemporary entheogenic use takes several forms. Native American church members use peyote as a sacrament, a practice protected by law in the United States. Brazilian churches, like Santo Daime, use ayahuasca in Christian-influenced ceremonies. Western seekers travel to Peru and elsewhere for ayahuasca retreats. Some psychedelic researchers argue for the therapeutic and spiritual potential of these substances under controlled conditions. Studies at Johns Hopkins and other institutions document mystical experiences induced by psilocybin that participants rate among the most meaningful of their lives. Lastly in this tier is Moloch. Moloch appears in the Hebrew Bible as a Canaanite deity associated with child sacrifice. The book of Leviticus explicitly prohibits Israelites from offering their children to Moloch, and 2 Kings describes reforms by King Josiah aimed at eliminating Moloch worship. Ancient sources describe a bronze statue heated by fire into which living children were placed as offerings. The historicity of these practices remains debated among scholars. Some argue that Moloch represents a genuine Canaanite deity whose worship included child sacrifice. Others suggest that Moloch was a type of sacrifice rather than a specific god, or that biblical accounts exaggerated or invented these practices as propaganda against rival religions. Archaeological evidence of child sacrifice in Carthage and other Phoenician colonies lends some support to the practice having existed. Moloch entered esoteric and occult discourse primarily as a symbol of terrible power demanding ultimate sacrifice. Milton's Paradise Lost placed Moloch among the fallen angels, describing him as besmeared with blood of human sacrifice. The image of children consumed by fire became a powerful metaphor for systems that devour the young. Allen Ginsberg's poem Howl uses Moloch as a symbol for destructive aspects of modern industrial society. Moloch, whose mind is pure machinery. Moloch, whose blood is running money. In conspiracy theories and occult speculation, Moloch appears as a demon worshipped by secret societies and elite groups supposedly conducting hidden sacrificial rituals. The historical Moloch, whatever practices that name actually designated, has been transformed through literature and imagination into an archetypal image of the god who demands the sacrifice of innocence, whether understood literally in ancient rituals or metaphorically in the various ways societies consume their children's futures. First up on Tier 4 is Western ceremonial magic. This term describes a constellation of practices centered on ritual invocation and evocation, drawing primarily from medieval and Renaissance grimoire traditions, Hermetic philosophy, and Kabbalistic frameworks. The magician works within carefully constructed sacred space, uses ritual tools like wands, swords, chalices, and pentacles, and employs elaborate procedures to contact angels, planetary intelligences, elemental spirits, or even demons. The practice assumes that reality contains multiple planes of existence populated by various entities, that these beings can be contacted and influenced through proper procedures, and that the trained will backed by ritual action can produce real effects. Unlike folk magic or witchcraft traditions that emphasize simplicity and direct results, ceremonial magic involves complex preparation, extensive study, and precisely executed rituals that can take hours to perform. The grimoire tradition provides the textual foundation. Medieval and Renaissance manuscripts like the Key of Solomon, the Lemegeton, and the Heptameron give detailed instructions for creating magic circles, consecrating tools, calculating proper astrological timing, and compelling spirits to appear. These texts present magic as a science with exact procedures that must be followed meticulously. A misdrawn circle or mispronounced divine name could leave the magician vulnerable to spiritual attack. The Golden Dawn systematized these scattered traditions into a coherent curriculum, adding Egyptian symbolism and creating an elegant synthesis that modern practitioners still use. Ceremonial magic requires both intellectual understanding of correspondences, symbols, and cosmology, and the discipline to perform rituals with focus and intention. The practice attracts people drawn to precision, symbolism, and the idea that reality can be influenced through knowledge and will properly applied. Whether the entities contacted are understood as external beings, aspects of the psyche, or something else entirely, the practice provides a structured path for exploring consciousness and attempting to bridge the gap between thought and manifestation. Next up is Merkabah mysticism. Merkabah means chariot in Hebrew, referring to the divine throne chariot described in the book of Ezekiel's opening vision. The prophet saw wheels within wheels, 4 living creatures, and a sapphire throne bearing the appearance of a human form surrounded by radiance. This vision became the basis for an early Jewish mystical tradition focused on ascending through the heavenly palaces, or Occulys, to achieve a vision of God's throne. The practice emerged during the late Second Temple period and continued through the early Rabbinic era, roughly the 1st through 7th century CE. Practitioners used techniques including fasting, prayer, meditation on divine names, and chanting to induce altered states that allowed the soul to journey upward through increasingly sublime celestial realms. The journey was understood as genuinely dangerous. Texts describe guardians at the gates of each palace who would turn away or destroy the unworthy. The aspirant needed to know secret names, seals, and passwords to pass each threshold safely. The Hekalat Rabbati and other texts from this tradition record hymns, angelic names, and magical formulae used in these ascents. A famous Talmudic passage tells of 4 rabbis who entered parties, the orchard or mystical garden. One died, one went mad, one became a heretic, and only Rabbi Akiva entered and departed in peace. This story encapsulates the recognized dangers of mystical practice undertaken without proper preparation. Merkabah mysticism influenced later Kabbalah, particularly the meditative techniques and angelic hierarchies that appear in texts like the Zohar. The practice represents an early form of Jewish mysticism that emphasized direct visionary experience of the divine rather than purely intellectual study, establishing patterns that recur throughout Jewish esoteric traditions. Next up is anthroposophy and Rudolf Steiner. Rudolf Steiner began his career in the Theosophical Society, but broke away in 1913 to found anthroposophy, which he described as a spiritual science based on direct clairvoyant perception of supersensible realities. Steiner claimed to perceive multiple planes of existence, to read the Akashic records containing all past events, and to communicate with spiritual beings including the Christ as a cosmic being distinct from the historical Jesus. His cosmology describes human evolution through planetary incarnations, reincarnation guided by karma, and the development of consciousness through distinct cultural epochs. He produced an enormous body of work, including over 6,000 lectures on topics ranging from agriculture and education to medicine and architecture, all grounded in his spiritual investigations. Anthroposophy generated practical applications that continue today. Waldorf education, based on Steiner's theories of child development and the 7-year cycles of human growth, operates in hundreds of schools worldwide. Biodynamic agriculture treats farms as living organisms and uses preparations made from herbs, minerals, and animal parts buried at specific times to enhance soil vitality. Anthroposophical medicine incorporates spiritual perspectives on illness and healing. The visual arts produced by anthroposophists, particularly the architecture of the Geothianum in Switzerland, represents attempts to manifest spiritual insights in physical form. Steiner's influence persists because his system offers comprehensive spiritual explanations for every aspect of life, while generating practical methods that produce measurable results in education and agriculture, even if the spiritual framework underlying those methods remains controversial and unverifiable. Next up is Chaldean oracles. The Chaldean oracles constitute a fragmentary collection of Greek verses composed in the 2nd century CE, attributed to a figure called Julian the Chaldean or his son Julian the Theurgist. Only about 200 verses survive, preserved through quotations in later Neoplatonic commentaries. These fragments present a complex cosmology involving a transcendent father, a divine intellect, and Hecate as world soul. The text emphasizes theurgy, ritual practices that bring humans into contact with divine powers. Unlike philosophy, which approaches the divine through rational contemplation, theurgy works through symbolic actions, invocations, and material rites to effect actual union with the gods. The oracles declare that for the mortal who approaches the fire will receive light from the divinity. Neoplatonists like Iamblichus and Proclus treated the Chaldean oracles as divinely inspired revelation comparable to Plato's writings. They wrote extensive commentaries attempting to reconcile the oracles with Platonic philosophy, interpreting the verses as describing the structure of reality and the proper methods for spiritual ascent. The text influenced Byzantine mysticism and entered Western esotericism through Renaissance translations and the revival of Neoplatonism. The oracles describe practices involving animal statues, ritual fires, specific stones and plants, and complex invocations meant to draw divine power into material objects or the practitioner's body. This synthesis of philosophy with ritual magic provided a model for later Western ceremonial magic, which similarly combines intellectual frameworks with practical operations. The fragmentary nature of the surviving text leaves much obscure, with scholars and practitioners debating basic questions about what the oracles actually taught. Yet precisely this obscurity has allowed the text to be read and reinterpreted across centuries, with each generation finding in these cryptic verses confirmation of their own spiritual practices. Next up is Rhineland mysticism and Meister Eckhart. The Rhineland mystics were a group of 13th and 14th century German theologians and preachers who developed a sophisticated Christian mystical theology emphasizing direct experience of God. The most influential was Meister Eckhart, a Dominican friar whose sermons in Middle High German presented radical ideas in language accessible to lay audiences. Eckhart taught that the deepest ground of the soul is identical with God, that creation involves God's self-revelation, and that spiritual practice requires detachment from all created things, including images, concepts, and even the desire for God. He described a state beyond conventional prayer, where the soul transcends all activity and experiences union with the divine ground. His sermon on poverty of spirit declares, "God and I are one. By knowing God, I take him to myself. By loving God, I penetrate him." These teachings brought Eckhart into conflict with church authorities. In 1329, 2 years after his death, Pope John XXII condemned several of his propositions as heretical. The condemnation focused on statements that seemed to erase the distinction between creator and creature, to suggest humans could become God, and to devalue the sacraments and church authority in favor of direct mystical experience. Yet Eckhart remained influential, particularly in Germany, where his vernacular sermons circulated widely. His students Johannes Tauler and Henry Suso continued developing Rhineland mysticism, though in ways less likely to attract theological censure. Eckhart's work influenced both Catholic mystical theology and Protestant reformers who appreciated his emphasis on direct relationship with God. In the 20th century, philosophers like Martin Heidegger drew on Eckhart's language and ideas. Contemporary interest in apophatic or negative theology, which approaches God through saying what God is not rather than what God is, often returns to Eckhart's paradoxical formulations. His willingness to push theological language to its limits, describing experiences that exceed conventional religious categories, makes him perpetually relevant to mystical-oriented seekers across denominational boundaries. Next up is Cambridge Ritualists. The Cambridge Ritualists were a group of late 19th and early 20th century classical scholars who revolutionized understanding of Greek religion by emphasizing ritual practice over mythology and text. The key figures included Jane Ellen Harrison, Gilbert Murray, Francis Cornford, and A.B. Cook, all associated with Cambridge University. They argue that Greek myths derive from ritual practices rather than the reverse, that religion began not with theological speculation, but with communal actions meant to ensure fertility, ward off evil, and maintain cosmic order. Harrison's Prolegomena to the study of Greek religion in Themis proposed that rituals preceded gods, that the Olympian deities represented a late development overlaying older chthonic cults focused on earth powers and seasonal cycles. She traced practices like animal sacrifice, ritualized mourning, and ecstatic dance back to primitive agricultural societies where magic and religion had not yet separated. The Cambridge Ritualists drew heavily on James Frazer's The Golden Bough and emerging anthropological theories about primitive religion. Their work connected Greek practices to contemporary tribal rituals observed in colonized territories. The ritualist approach transformed classical studies by taking seriously the experiential and performative dimensions of ancient religion. Their emphasis on mystery cults, ecstatic possession, and the irrational elements in Greek culture countered the prevailing view of Greek civilization as purely rational and philosophical. The ritualist school influenced modernist writers like T.S. Eliot and James Joyce, who use mythic structures and ritual patterns in their work. Their theories about dying and rising gods, sacred kings, and seasonal rituals shaped academic study of comparative religion, though later scholars criticized their tendency to find universal patterns where more specific cultural explanations might apply. The Cambridge Ritualists demonstrated that understanding ancient religion requires examining what people did, not just what they believed or wrote. Next up is the Zohar. The Zohar, or Sefer HaZohar, the Book of Splendor, stands as the central text of Jewish mysticism. Written primarily in Aramaic and presented as ancient teachings of the 2nd century rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, the work actually appeared in late 13th century Spain through the hand of Moses de Leon. The text takes the form of mystical commentary on the Torah, revealing hidden meanings encoded in every word, letter, and even the spaces between letters. The Zohar presents the Sefirot as the structure through which the Ein Sof, the infinite God beyond all attributes, manifests and creates the world. The Zohar's cosmology describes creation as an erotic process, with masculine and feminine principles in the divine realm joining to produce and sustain reality. Human actions, particularly observance of commandments, affect these divine dynamics. Sin creates separation in the Godhead, while righteous action promotes divine union. This participatory cosmology gives human religious practice cosmic significance. The text also develops elaborate angelology, demonology, and theories about the soul structure and reincarnation. Its literary form mixes narrative, allegory, and visionary experience, shifting between voices and styles in ways that resist systematic reading. After initial controversy about its late composition, the Zohar gained acceptance as authoritative revelation. It became foundational to Lurianic Kabbalah in the 16th century, influenced Hasidic mysticism in the 18th century, and remains central to Jewish mystical study. Christian Kabbalists and Occultists appropriated its symbolism, while often misunderstanding or deliberately altering its meanings. The Zohar represents a monumental achievement in mystical literature, creating a symbolic language rich enough to support centuries of interpretation, while grounding abstract metaphysics in the concrete details of Torah observance. Next up is Dark Night of the Soul. Dark Night of the Soul is a poem and mystical treatise by the 16th century Spanish Carmelite friar John of the Cross. The work describes a spiritual crisis where the soul feels abandoned by God, loses consolation in prayer, and experiences profound darkness and emptiness. This state differs from ordinary depression or doubt. John characterizes it as a necessary purgation that advanced contemplatives must undergo. The passive night of the senses strips away attachment to spiritual feelings and experiences. The even more severe passive night of the spirit removes the props of rational understanding and conceptual knowledge of God. The soul must continue forward in naked faith without support of emotion, understanding, or any felt sense of divine presence. John wrote from personal experience. Imprisoned by his own religious order during a reform dispute, kept in a tiny cell and subjected to physical punishment, he composed mystical poetry in complete darkness that became the basis for his later commentaries. He describes the dark night paradoxically as both affliction and grace. God seems absent precisely because divine reality exceeds all the categories and images the mind uses to grasp it. The darkness results not from God's withdrawal, but from God's overwhelming proximity, like eyes dazzled by looking directly at the sun. John writes, "The soul has to proceed rather by unknowing than by knowing." The dark night purifies attachment to even legitimate spiritual goods, forcing total dependence on God rather than on experiences of God. The concept entered psychological and spiritual vocabulary far beyond Catholicism. People use the phrase to describe any period of spiritual desolation or loss of meaning. While John's specific framework assumes advanced contemplative practice within Christian mysticism, the recognition that spiritual development involves necessary periods of darkness, doubt, and emptying rather than continuous advancement resonates across traditions. The dark night represents the painful but ultimately transformative process of moving from seeking God through concepts, feelings, and experiences toward direct union beyond all mediation. Next up is Metatron's Cube. Metatron's cube is a geometric figure containing all 5 Platonic solids embedded within a pattern formed by connecting the centers of 13 circles arranged in a specific formation. The design appears in sacred geometry studies as a master template, supposedly containing the fundamental patterns of creation. The 5 Platonic solids included in the cube are the tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron, the only 3-dimensional shapes where every face is an identical regular polygon. These solids held mystical significance in ancient philosophy, associated with the elements and the structure of the cosmos. Metatron's cube demonstrates how these forms relate to each other geometrically, all emerging from a single unified pattern. The name derives from Metatron, an angel in Jewish mysticism described in texts like 3rd Enoch as the highest of angels, the celestial scribe, and the angel of the presence who stands before God's throne. Some traditions identify Metatron with the biblical Enoch, transformed into an angel after being taken directly to heaven. The association between this geometric form and the angel Metatron appears to be relatively modern, emerging through New Age and sacred geometry teachings rather than ancient Jewish sources. The cube serves as a meditation object and appears frequently in contemporary spiritual art. Practitioners contemplate it as a symbol of divine order, the mathematical principles underlying creation, and the unity from which all forms emerge. Like much sacred geometry, Metatron's cube occupies a space where mathematics, aesthetics, and spirituality converge, beautiful whether understood as divine blueprint or simply as elegant mathematical form. Next up are the Books of Jehu. The Books of Jehu are two Gnostic texts discovered in the Bruce Codex, a Coptic manuscript acquired in Egypt in 1769. These texts present themselves as secret teachings given by Jesus to his disciples, particularly focusing on instruction to John. The books describe elaborate cosmologies with multiple heavens, aeons, and spiritual realms. They provide detailed diagrams showing the organization of these realms, the paths souls must travel after death, and the names and seals required to pass the guardians blocking ascent to the highest heaven. The first book of Jehu focuses on the figure of Jehu, described as the true God and overseer of the light, distinct from and superior to the creator of the material world. The texts are intensely focused on practical soteriology, the mechanics of salvation. They give specific invocations, magical names, and visualizations that allow the soul to navigate post-mortem realms successfully. Baptismal rituals using complex formulas are described as essential for receiving gnosis and ensuring proper placement after death. The second book of Jehu contains the treasury of the light, describing the highest mysteries and the methods by which souls return to the primordial light. The books represent Gnostic Christianity at its most ritualistic and technical, concerned less with ethics or theology than with providing exact procedures for escaping the archons who rule the lower realms and returning to the divine source. Scholars date the texts to the 3rd or 4th century CE. They were likely used by Gnostic communities as instruction manuals for initiates, though how widely they circulated remains unknown. The books of Jehu demonstrate that Gnostic groups developed complex ritual systems alongside their mythological cosmologies, combining knowledge of divine secrets with specific practices meant to actualize that knowledge in spiritual transformation and ultimate liberation. Next up is Poimandres. Poimandres forms the first tractate of the Corpus Hermeticum, the collection of Greek philosophical and mystical texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. The text takes the form of a revelatory dialogue between Hermes and Poimandres, identified as the mind of sovereignty or the divine intellect. Poimandres appears to Hermes during meditation and offers to reveal knowledge about reality, God, and the nature of humanity. The vision that follows describes creation as emanation from the divine mind, the fall of primordial humanity into matter through attraction to physical form, and the path of return through gnosis. The text teaches that humans contain both a divine mind and earthly nature, composed of the 7 planetary spheres that govern passions and mortality. The cosmogony presented in Poimandres influenced Christian Gnostic thought and later Hermetic philosophy. God is described as androgynous, both father and mother, generating through thought rather than physical creation. The primordial human, also androgynous and created in God's image, gazed down through the spheres and fell in love with nature's reflection of divine beauty. This fall resulted in the current human condition, beings containing both immortal mind and mortal body. Salvation comes through recognizing the divine element within, separating it from material attachments, and ascending back through the planetary spheres by shedding the qualities each imposed. Poimandres instructs, "He who has understood himself advances toward God." The text combines Platonic philosophy, Egyptian religious ideas, and early Christian concepts into a mystical teaching that emphasizes knowledge over faith or ritual. Renaissance translators treated Poimandres as ancient Egyptian wisdom, giving it enormous authority. Though later scholarship demonstrated the text's Greco-Roman origin in the early centuries CE, it remains foundational to Hermetic thought, presenting a vision where self-knowledge is knowledge of God and where the goal is not external salvation, but internal realization of divine nature. Next up is Swedenborg. Emanuel Swedenborg was an 18th century Swedish scientist, inventor, and mystic whose spiritual experiences beginning in 1744 led him to abandon scientific work and devote his remaining years to theological writing. A respected mining engineer and natural philosopher, Swedenborg claimed to have his spiritual senses opened, allowing him to perceive and travel in the spiritual world while maintaining full waking consciousness. He described extensive conversations with angels, demons, and the dead, including detailed observations of heaven and hell's organization. His theological works, particularly Heaven and Hell and Arcana Coelestia, presented systematic accounts of spiritual reality based on these experiences rather than on biblical authority or church tradition alone. Swedenborg taught that the spiritual and natural worlds corresponded perfectly, with every material thing reflecting a spiritual reality. Scripture contains multiple levels of meaning, with the literal sense concealing deeper spiritual truths accessible through the doctrine of correspondences. He described heaven as organized into communities based on ruling loves, with each society composed of those who share similar affections and thoughts. Hell consists of those who love themselves and the world above all else, choosing separation from the divine. The afterlife involved gradual transformation as the soul's true nature became fully manifest. Swedenborg's writings influenced the Romantic movement, early American religious thought, and figures from William Blake to Helen Keller. The Church of the New Jerusalem formed around his teachings, though Swedenborg himself never intended to found a new denomination. His detailed, matter-of-fact descriptions of spiritual realms presented as direct observation rather than allegory or vision created a unique literature. No matter how you look at it, Swedenborg's work provides one of the most systematic and extensive accounts of the afterlife in Western literature, grounding abstract theological concepts in concrete observation and claiming experiential authority for spiritual knowledge. Next up is Music of the Spheres. The music of the spheres, or musica universalis, refers to an ancient philosophical concept that celestial bodies produce harmonious tones through their orbital motions. Pythagoras supposedly first articulated this idea, though no writings from Pythagoras himself survive. His followers taught that the distances between planetary spheres corresponded to musical intervals, creating a cosmic scale. The ratios governing musical harmony, discoverable through mathematical study, were thought to reflect the mathematical principles organizing the cosmos. Plato incorporated this concept into his cosmology in the Republic in Timaeus, describing the spindle of necessity around which the spheres revolve, each sphere emitting a single tone that together form a perfect octave. The concept bridged mathematics, music, astronomy, and mystical philosophy. Medieval and Renaissance thinkers like Boethius preserved and developed the theory, distinguishing between musica instrumentalis or ordinary music, musica humana or the harmony of body and soul, and musica mundana or cosmic harmony. Johannes Kepler attempted to derive the actual notes produced by planets based on their orbital speeds, publishing musical notation for planetary songs in Harmonicas Mundi. The sphere's music was considered inaudible to ordinary human hearing, either because we have been exposed to it since birth and therefore can no longer notice it, or because physical ears cannot detect such refined vibrations. Some mystical traditions taught that advanced practitioners could hear the celestial music through spiritual development. The concept influenced Western music theory, with composers from the Renaissance through the modern era attempting to reflect cosmic harmonies in their works. While literal belief in physically sounding celestial spheres disappeared with modern astronomy, the underlying intuition that mathematical relationships govern both music and cosmic structure remains valid. The music of the spheres represents a beautiful example of how ancient philosophy sought unity between seemingly disparate domains, finding in mathematical proportion a key to understanding reality's deepest patterns. Next up is the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. This ritual forms the foundation of Golden Dawn magical practice and remains the most widely performed ceremonial magic operation in contemporary Western occultism. The ritual creates sacred space by marking the 4 cardinal directions with pentagrams while invoking divine names and archangels. The practitioner faces east and traces a banishing pentagram in the air while vibrating the Hebrew name Yahweh. This process repeats at the south, west, and north, with different divine names, Adonai, Ehiah, and Agla. The magician then invokes the 4 archangels to stand as guardians, Raphael before, Gabriel behind, Michael to the right, and Uriel to the left. The ritual concludes by repeating the Kabbalistic cross, a gesture tracing energy from crown to feet and shoulder to shoulder, while intoning Hebrew phrases. The LBRP serves multiple functions in magical practice. Beginners use it to develop visualization skills, learn to vibrate divine names properly, and establish basic ritual discipline. Advanced practitioners employ it daily to maintain energetic hygiene, clearing unwanted influence from their environment and consciousness. The ritual can be performed as preparation for more complex operations or as a complete practice in itself. Israel Regardi, who published the Golden Dawn materials, recommended performing the LBRP at least twice daily as foundational practice. The ritual works with multiple symbolic systems simultaneously: Kabbalistic divine names, elemental correspondences, archangelic hierarchies, and geometric forms. This synthesis creates a complete microcosm in which the operator stands at the center, aligned with divine forces above and elemental powers around. Critics note that many practitioners perform the ritual mechanically without understanding the symbolism or developing genuine concentration. Yet, when executed with full attention and proper technique, the LBRP provides a remarkably effective method for establishing ritual consciousness, centering awareness, and creating sacred space. Its widespread adoption across different magical traditions testifies to its practical utility regardless of theoretical framework. Next up is Christian theurgy. Theurgy, meaning God work or divine operation, refers to ritual practices that bring humans into contact with divine powers. The term originated in late Neoplatonism, particularly with Iamblichus, as discussed earlier, who distinguished theurgy from philosophy by emphasizing that union with the divine required not just intellectual contemplation, but ritual action involving material substances, invocations, and symbolic gestures. Christian theurgy adapted these concepts within a Christian framework, developing practices meant to facilitate communion with God, Christ, angels, and saints through sacramental and ritual means. This approach contrasts with purely contemplative mysticism on one hand, and with mechanical magic on the other, positioning itself as a middle path where ritual becomes a vehicle for divine grace rather than human manipulation. The liturgy itself functions as theurgy in this understanding. The Eucharist transforms bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ through consecration, affecting real presence of the divine and material elements. Icon veneration in Orthodox Christianity operates theurgically, with properly prepared images serving as windows or channels through which divine energies flow. Pseudo-Dionysius, whose 6th century writings profoundly influenced Christian mysticism, described the sacraments as theurgical operations that elevate the soul toward God. His celestial hierarchy presents reality as structured in levels, with each level transmitting divine illumination downward and drawing souls upward through participation in sacred rites. Christian magical grimoires like the Sworn Book of Honorius or various Solomonic texts blend theurgical concepts with ceremonial magic, invoking angels and divine names for spiritual illumination and material benefits. The boundary between legitimate theurgy and condemned magic remain contested throughout Christian history. Orthodox theurgy requires proper ecclesiastical authority, worked through established channels of grace, and aimed ultimately at holiness rather than power. Magic, even when employing Christian symbolism, lacked such authorization and sought mastery over spiritual forces. Contemporary Christian practitioners continue exploring theurgical practices, attempting to recover sacramental approaches to spirituality that honor material creation as potential vehicle for divine presence. Next up is the perennial divine flame from Manly P. Hall's Initiates of the Flame. This early work by Hall, published in 1922 before his magnum opus, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, presents the concept of a spiritual flame burning within humanity throughout history. Hall describes this flame as the divine spark present in every individual, the light of consciousness that connects finite humanity to infinite reality. The initiates of the flame are those across all cultures and epochs who have awakened to this inner fire and dedicated themselves to its cultivation and transmission. Hall traces this initiatic tradition through ancient mystery schools, medieval alchemists, Rosicrucian brotherhoods, and modern esoteric movements, arguing that beneath the surface differences, these groups preserve and pass forward the same essential wisdom. The flame serves as both metaphor and reality in Hall's presentation. It represents consciousness itself, the quality that distinguishes living awareness from inert matter. It symbolizes the divine nature within that survives death and reincarnates through multiple lifetimes. It signifies the light of wisdom that dispels ignorance and the fire of aspiration that drives spiritual seeking. Hall writes that civilizations rise and fall in cycles, with the flame burning brightly during golden ages and retreating to hidden sanctuaries during dark periods. The initiates serve as guardians and torchbearers, ensuring the sacred fire never completely extinguishes. This vision appealed to readers seeking meaning in a post-World War I world, where traditional religion seemed inadequate and scientific materialism offered no spiritual consolation. Hall provided a framework where human existence served cosmic purposes, where individual spiritual work contributed to collective evolution, and where the trials of life could be understood as initiatory tests refining the soul. The perennial divine flame concept synthesizes theosophical evolutionary theories, mystical school traditions, and optimistic American spirituality into an accessible narrative of spiritual purpose maintained across millennia. And lastly for Tier 4 is Abraxas. Abraxas appears on ancient amulets and gems as a distinctive figure with a human body, rooster head, and serpent legs, typically holding a whip in one hand and a shield in the other. The name itself carries numerical significance. In Greek isopsephy, where letters correspond to numbers, Abraxas totals 365, equaling the days of the solar year and suggesting the figure's dominion over time and cosmic cycles. The earliest references come from early Christian heresiologists writing about Gnostic sects, particularly the Basilidians, though these hostile sources provide fragmentary and possibly distorted information about what Abraxas actually represented to those who venerated the figure. According to Irenaeus and Hippolytus, Abraxas was the ruler or great archon of the 365 heavens, positioned below higher emanations like Sophia and Dynamis in the cosmic hierarchy. However, other sources describe Abraxas differently. Some call him the power above all and first principle, while texts from the Nag Hammadi library present Abraxas as an aeon dwelling within the pleroma itself alongside Sophia. The Catholic Church later classified Abraxas as a demon, though the figure's original theological status in Gnostic thought remains genuinely ambiguous. Unlike deities with clear moral alignments, Abraxas represents a principle beyond good and evil, containing both creative and destructive forces within a single being. Abraxas stones and gems bearing the image circulated widely in late antiquity, used as talismans for protection, power, and spiritual insight. These engraved stones often included magical words and divine names surrounding the central figure, creating objects that functioned as both art and active magical tools. The stones remained in use long after the decline of Gnosticism, passing into medieval magical practice and collectors' cabinets, their original meanings gradually obscured. Carl Jung encountered Abraxas during a period of intense psychological crisis and visionary experience following his break with Freud. In his 7 Sermons to the Dead, written in 1916 but not published until much later, Jung presented Abraxas as the God above God, the ultimate reality that transcends all opposites, including divinity and evil. Jung wrote that Abraxas is the effective existence of everything that is divided and contradictory in the creature, a force that cannot be prayed to because it contains both prayer and blasphemy. For Jung, Abraxas represented the totality of the psyche, beyond the opposites that consciousness uses to organize experience, a symbol of the self that integrates shadow and light. Contemporary occultists have adopted Abraxas as an emblem of paths that refuse moral categories, treating the figure as patron of those who seek power and knowledge beyond conventional religious frameworks. The mysterious figure continues to fascinate precisely because it resists clear definition, functioning as a blank screen onto which practitioners project their understanding of forces that transcend dualistic thinking. First up is the Typhonian Order and Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant was a British occultist who studied briefly with Aleister Crowley in the final years of Crowley's life. After Crowley's death in 1947, Grant became involved with the Ordo Templi Orientis, but was expelled in 1955 for teaching material the order considered unauthorized. He founded the Typhonian Order as a continuation of what he saw as the authentic current of Thelemic magic, particularly emphasizing aspects Crowley had hinted at but never fully developed. Grant's magical work focused on what he called the night side of the Tree of Life, the Qliphothic realms in contact with extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional intelligences. He developed an elaborate system synthesizing Thelema, Tantra, Lovecraftian fiction, and his own visionary experiences. Grant published a series of books called the Typhonian Trilogies, dense works that blend magical theory, case studies, and cryptic symbolism. His writing style is notoriously difficult, shifting between scholarly exposition, poetic evocation, and gnomic utterances that resist clear interpretation. He taught that Crowley's reception of the Book of Law opened a gateway to entities outside normal space-time, particularly connected to the star Sirius and the Egyptian god Seth in his Typhonian or destructive aspect. Grant's work with his wife Steffi produced artwork and magical workings exploring these themes. His magical system emphasized dream work, sexual gnosis, and cultivation of contact with what he termed the mauve zone, a liminal space between waking and sleeping consciousness where contact with non-human intelligence becomes possible. Grant's influence extends through chaos magic and contemporary occultism, despite his work remaining marginal and controversial. Critics find his theories unfalsifiable and his writing impenetrable. Supporters argue that Grant preserved and developed aspects of magical practice that other Thelemites ignored, particularly the dangerous and transgressive elements that Crowley had explored but mainstream occultism preferred to sanitize. Next up is Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation. This brief Hebrew text, probably composed between the 3rd and 6th centuries CE, stands as one of the earliest works of Jewish mysticism. The text describes creation as a process of divine speech using the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet and the 10 sphirot, though the sphirot in the Sefer Yetzirah differ from their later Kabbalistic development. The letters are divided into 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin, 7 doubles, consonants that can be pronounced hard or soft, and 12 simples corresponding to the zodiac signs. These linguistic elements serve as building blocks through which God creates and organizes reality. The text states, with 32 mystical paths of wisdom engraved Yah, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God, King of the universe, El Shaddai, merciful and gracious, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, whose name is holy. Sefer Yetzirah presents creation as emanation through combinations and permutations of letters. God seals the 6 directions of space using different letter combinations, establishing cosmic boundaries. The text describes how elements, seasons, bodily organs, and cosmic forces correspond to specific letters, creating a system of correspondences that later Kabbalists elaborated extensively. Medieval commentators debated whether the book provided merely cosmological theory or actual instructions for creative magic, with some traditions teaching that proper use of letter combinations could literally bring things into being. The legendary golem, an artificial being created from clay and animated through Hebrew letters, derives partly from interpretations of Sefer Yetzirah. Abraham Abulafia in the 13th century developed elaborate meditative techniques based on the text, using letter permutations to induce ecstatic states. The book's brevity and density have made it a perpetual object of commentary, with each generation finding new depths in its cryptic formulations about how language, consciousness, and reality interrelate. Next up is Austin Osman Spare and Sigil Magic. Austin Osman Spare was an English artist and occultist who developed a unique magical system in the early 20th century, distinct from the ceremonial traditions of the Golden Dawn. Spare briefly associated with Aleister Crowley, but found Crowley's elaborate rituals unnecessarily complex. Instead, Spare developed techniques based on what he called the alphabet of desire, using artistic skill to create personalized magical symbols. His method involved formulating a magical intention in a brief statement, removing repeated letters, and combining the remaining letters into an abstract design or sigil. The practitioner then charged the sigil through intense emotional or sexual arousal while focusing on it, then deliberately forgot both the sigil and the original intention, allowing the desire to work on the subconscious mind without interference from conscious doubt or obsession. Speer's magical philosophy emphasized what he termed atavistic resurgence, accessing primitive layers of consciousness beneath the rational mind. He practiced techniques including the death posture, a form of physical and mental exhaustion meant to bypass ordinary consciousness and work with what he called the Zos Ki Occultus, a system involving his own invented cosmology and magical alphabet. His artwork, combining surrealism with occult symbolism, provides visual documentation of his inner visions. Speer lived in poverty for much of his life, largely ignored by both the art establishment and the occult community during his lifetime. His influence exploded posthumously through the chaos magic movement of the 1970s and 80s. Chaos magicians adopted and simplified his sigil technique, treating it as a pragmatic method divorced from any specific cosmology or belief system. Contemporary occultists use sigil magic widely, often as an entry point to magical practice because it requires no special tools, extensive study, or initiation. The technique works whether you believe in spirits, psychological models, or remain agnostic about mechanism, making it appealing to practitioners uncomfortable with ceremonial magic's elaborate frameworks. Speer's emphasis on personal gnosis, artistic creation, and stripping away unnecessary complexity established patterns that continue influencing contemporary occult practice. Next up is Martinism. Martinism refers to a Christian mystical and esoteric tradition originating with Louis Claude de Saint Martin, an 18th century French philosopher and mystic. Saint Martin initially joined the Order of Elect Cohens, founded by Martinez de Pasquale, which practiced theurgical rituals to contact angelic beings and work toward humanity's spiritual restoration. After Pasquale's death, Saint Martin moved away from elaborate ceremonial work toward contemplative mysticism, emphasizing inner experience and direct relationship with God over ritual magic. He wrote under the pseudonym The Unknown Philosopher, publishing works that synthesize Christian mysticism, Kabbalistic concepts, and Illuminist philosophy. His central teaching involved the reintegration of humanity with the divine through inner purification and the cultivation of what he called the inner master, the divine spark within each person. Martinism as an organized tradition developed after St. Martin's death through figures like Papists, who founded the Martinist order in 1891. This order created an initiatory structure with 3 degrees, blending St. Martin's mystical philosophy with practical occultism, tarot symbolism, and Kabbalistic teachings. Unlike Masonic orders that use elaborate ritual and physical lodges, Martinism emphasized small groups or even solitary practice focused on meditation, study, and moral development. The tradition teaches that humans exist in a fallen state, separated from divine awareness, and that spiritual practice can restore the original condition of unity with God. Free initiation, where a Martinist superior can initiate others without physical presence through focused intention, distinguishes Martinism from most Western esoteric orders. Various Martinist orders exist today, with different lineages and emphases, some more Christian and contemplative, others incorporating ceremonial magic and Hermetic practices. The tradition represents a mystical current within Western esotericism that prioritizes direct inner experience and moral transformation over magical teaching or occult knowledge, while still maintaining initiatory structure and esoteric teaching methods. Next up is Picatrix. The Picatrix is a comprehensive grimoire of astrological magic originally composed in Arabic, probably in the 11th century Al-Andalus or the Islamic Middle East. The Arabic title Hayat al-Hakim means the aim of the sage or the goal of the wise. The text synthesizes Hermetic philosophy, Neoplatonic metaphysics, Sabian star worship, and practical magic into a systematic treatise on talismanic magic and astrological operations. The work presents magic as a natural science based on understanding how celestial influences flow into the material world and how properly constructed talismans, images, and rituals can capture and direct these influences. The text provides detailed instructions for creating magical images, planetary talismans, suffumigations or incense formulas, and rituals timed to specific astrological conditions. The Picatrix was translated into Latin in 13th century Spain at the court of Alfonso X, where it influenced European learned magic profoundly. Renaissance magicians like Marsilio Ficino and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa drew heavily on the text while often obscuring their sources. The book describes elaborate procedures, casting bronze or wax figures when particular stars rise, burning specific combinations of substances to attract planetary spirits, and performing complex rituals in specially prepared locations. It also contains philosophical sections explaining the metaphysical principles underlying these operations, describing how the world's soul connects all things, and how human will combined with proper material correspondences can affect changes in reality. The text's matter-of-fact presentation of spirit contact, image magic, and astrological operations reveals how learned medieval Islamic and Christian scholars approach magic as a legitimate field of study. Modern editions of the Picatrix appeared only in the late 20th century, making this influential but long and accessible text available to contemporary practitioners. The work demonstrates sophisticated magical theory and practice in the medieval Islamic world, showing how Hermetic and Neoplatonic philosophy could generate detailed technical procedures for working with celestial and spiritual forces. Next up is Bon, the Tibetan pre-Buddhist tradition. Bon refers to the indigenous religious tradition of Tibet before Buddhism's arrival in the 7th century CE. After Buddhism became dominant, Bon underwent significant transformation, developing a structure remarkably similar to Buddhism while maintaining distinct practices, deities, and lineages. Contemporary Bon includes both folk traditions preserving pre-Buddhist elements and Yungdrung Bon, an organized religion with monasteries, philosophical schools, and systematic meditation practices comparable to Buddhist orders. Yungdrung Bon traces its origins to Tonpa Shenra Miwoche, a teacher from the land of Zhangzhung in western Tibet who supposedly lived long before the Buddha. Bon practitioners circumambulate sacred sites counterclockwise rather than clockwise, use different mantras and deities, and maintain their own canon of scriptures. The relationship between Bon and Buddhism remains contested. Buddhist sources often portrayed Bon as primitive demon worship that Buddhism superseded, while Bon sources claim that their tradition represents the original teaching that Buddhism later borrowed from. Modern scholars recognize that both traditions influenced each other extensively. Developed Dzogchen teachings parallel to Nyingma Buddhism, sophisticated philosophical schools comparable to Buddhist tenet systems, and monastic institutions similar to Buddhist monasteries. Persecution of Bon occurred periodically, with Buddhist kings and authorities attempting to suppress the tradition, forcing it underground or into remote regions. Survival required Bon to demonstrate that it offered a complete path to enlightenment, equivalent to Buddhism, while maintaining enough distinctiveness to preserve its identity. Contemporary Bon experiences a revival, with increased scholarly attention and growing Western interest. The tradition provides a window into Tibet's religious history, while representing a living spiritual path with its own integrity, not merely a footnote to Tibetan Buddhism. Next up is Dzogchen teachings. Dzogchen, the Great Perfection, represents the highest teaching in the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism, though versions also exist in Bon and other Tibetan traditions. Dzogchen teaches that the natural state of mind is already enlightened, already perfect, and that spiritual practice does not create this state, but reveals what has always been present. The fundamental nature of mind is described as primordial pure awareness, empty yet luminous, beyond all conceptual elaboration. The goal is not gradual purification or accumulation of merit, but direct recognition of Rigpa, pristine awareness that has never been defiled, despite the presence of thoughts, emotions, and confusion. A traditional analogy compares this to the sun, which remains unchangingly radiant whether clouds obscure it or not. Dzogchen practice emphasizes introduction by a qualified master who points out the nature of mind directly, allowing the student to recognize awareness itself rather than awareness of objects. The teaching uses terms like trekcho, cutting through primordial purity, and togal, direct crossing involving practices with light and vision. These advanced practices remain secret, transmitted only to properly prepared students. Unlike gradual path approaches that work through stages of purification and realization, Dzogchen presents itself as sudden enlightenment, though this does not mean easy or quick. Recognition must become stable through sustained practice, integrating the view into all activities until no separation remains between meditation and post-meditation. The tradition includes terma or treasure teachings, texts hidden by Padma Sambhava in the 8th century and revealed by tertones or treasure discoverers when conditions allow proper transmission. Dzogchen represents perhaps the most direct and radical approach to enlightenment in Buddhism, claiming that liberation is not distant or difficult, but a matter of recognizing what is already present. This very directness makes it easy to misunderstand, to confuse intellectual understanding with genuine recognition, or to use the teaching to justify spiritual bypassing rather than engaging in the demanding work of stabilizing awareness. Next up is Aurora Consurgens, an alchemical text. The Aurora Consurgens, or Rising Dawn, is a medieval alchemical treatise attributed to Thomas Aquinas, though this attribution is almost certainly false. The text likely dates to the early 14th century and exists in 2 parts. The first part consists of elaborate allegorical interpretations of biblical passages, particularly from the Song of Songs and the Book of Wisdom, read as describing alchemical processes. The second part provides more direct alchemical instruction using the characteristic symbolic language of the art. The text is notable for its extensive use of feminine imagery and for treating the alchemical work as a sacred mystery comparable to biblical revelation. The prima materia, or first matter of alchemy, is described using language traditionally applied to the Virgin Mary and to divine wisdom. Carl Jung became fascinated with Aurora Consurgens and included a detailed study of it in his work on alchemical symbolism. He argued that the text demonstrated the philosophical depth of alchemy, with its imagery of union between masculine and feminine principles, death and rebirth, and the transformation of base matter into gold, serving as symbolic representations of the individuation process. The text's lavish illuminated manuscripts contain some of the most striking alchemical imagery, depicting the chemical wedding, the hermaphroditic rebus, and various stages of the work in vivid color. The interweaving of Christian mystical language with alchemical symbolism shows how medieval practitioners understood their work as simultaneously physical, spiritual, and devotional. The Aurora Consurgens represents alchemy at its most mystical and symbolic, where the distinction between chemical process, spiritual transformation, and divine revelation becomes impossible to maintain. Whether the author understood the text primarily as coded chemical instruction, spiritual allegory, or genuine synthesis of both remains unclear, which is perhaps the point. The alchemical worldview did not separate these domains as modernity does, treating material transformation and spiritual realization as two aspects of a single great work. Next up is androgyne cosmogony. The concept of the primordial androgyne appears across multiple esoteric and mystical traditions, describing the original human or divine being as possessing both masculine and feminine qualities before division into separate sexes. Plato's Symposium presents this myth through the character Aristophanes, who describes the original humans as spherical beings with 2 faces, 4 arms, and 4 legs, possessing both sets of sexual organs. Zeus split these beings in half as punishment for their hubris, condemning each half to search for its other part. This myth functions as an explanation for erotic desire and drive toward union. The story influenced later esoteric traditions that saw reunion of masculine and feminine as central to spiritual completion. Kabbalistic cosmology describes Adam Kadmon, the primordial human, as androgynous, containing both masculine and feminine aspects before Eve's separation. Spheroids on the Tree of Life are organized into masculine and feminine pillars, whose union generates manifestation. Alchemical imagery presents the hermaphrodite or rebus as the culmination of the great work, the union of solar and lunar, sulfur and mercury, king and queen, into a perfected transcending duality. Hermetic texts describe the original divine mind as both father and mother, generating creation through self-contemplation rather than sexual reproduction. These various androgyne myths share the intuition that wholeness requires integration of opposites, that the divided state represents a fall or separation from original unity, and that spiritual completion involves recovering or creating an internal union of masculine and feminine principles. Carl Jung interpreted this as integration of anima and animus, the feminine and masculine aspects present in every psyche regardless of biological sex. Next up is Ibn Arabi. Ibn Arabi, known as the Greatest Master, lived from 1165 to 1240, traveling through the Islamic world and producing an enormous body of mystical and theological writing. His most famous work, the Meccan Revelations, is thousands of pages describing his visions, spiritual experiences, and theological insights. Ibn Arabi's central doctrine is Wadat al-Wujud, the oneness or unity of being. This teaching holds that only God truly exists, that creation is God's self-disclosure or manifestation, and that multiplicity is not ultimate reality, but varying degrees of veiling and unveiling of the one divine reality. He wrote, "There is nothing in existence but God, and everything is perishing except His face." This doctrine proved controversial, with some Muslim scholars condemning it as pantheism or heresy that eliminates the distinction between creator and creation. Ibn Arabi and his defenders argued that the teaching preserves divine transcendence while explaining creation as God's self-revelation rather than something entirely other than God. His concept of the perfect human, or al-insan al-kamil, describes the realized being who serves as a bridge between divine and human realms, fully manifesting divine attributes while remaining human. Prophets, saints, and particularly Muhammad exemplify this perfection. Ibn Arabi's cosmology involves elaborate hierarchies of spiritual realities, levels of existence from the divine essence down through various planes to the material world, and complex teachings about the imaginal realm or alam al-mithal, dimension between pure spirit and physical matter where visions occur and spiritual forms take shape. His influence on Islamic mysticism and philosophy cannot be overstated, with subsequent Sufi orders, poets, and philosophers working within frameworks he established. His writings remain studied in traditional Islamic settings and have found Western audiences through translations and scholarly work. Ibn Arabi represents Islamic mysticism at its most sophisticated and cosmologically elaborate, offering a vision where love, knowledge, and existence itself are different aspects of the same divine self-disclosure that produces and pervades all reality. Next up is Nigredo, Albedo, Citrinitas, and Rubedo, the alchemical stages. Alchemical texts describe the great work as proceeding through distinct color-coded phases. The nigredo, or blackening, comes first, representing decomposition, putrefaction, and the death of the initial state. The alchemist subjects the prima materia to heat and moisture until it blackens and breaks down completely. This stage was considered necessary but dangerous, a descent into chaos that could fail if not properly managed. Alchemical illustrations show corpses in coffins, crows, skulls, and dark waters. The motto Solve et coagula, dissolve and coagulate, describes the repeating pattern of breaking down and reforming that characterizes the work. Without the Nigredo's complete dissolution, no genuine transformation could occur. The albedo, or whitening, follows, marking purification and the emergence of the white stone or white queen. The blackened matter is washed, distilled, and refined until it becomes luminous and pure. Alchemical images show white swans, the white rose, the moon, or washing or baptismal scenes. This stage represents partial success but not completion. Citrinitas, or the yellowing stage, comes next, representing the dawning of spiritual wisdom, a transition phase, sometimes seen as the dawn before the final stage. It is often depicted as the sun, the peacock, and the eagle. The final stage, rubedo, or reddening, produces the red stone or philosopher's stone itself. Red lions, the sun, the red rose, and marriage imagery characterize this phase. The union of the white queen and red king, the chemical wedding, produces the philosopher's child or perfected stone. Carl Jung interpreted these stages psychologically. Nigredo as confronting the shadow and experiencing ego death, albedo as purification and emerging clarity, Citrinitas as the mentor archetype dawning awareness, and rubedo as integration and individuation. Whether understood chemically, spiritually, or psychologically, the color sequence describes transformation as a process requiring destruction of the starting state, patient purification, transitioning into spiritual awareness, and final integration into something genuinely new rather than merely refined. The stages provide a map for any transformative process, showing that genuine change requires dying to what you were before becoming what you can be. Next up is Cloud of Unknowing. The Cloud of Unknowing is an anonymous 14th century English mystical text written by a Christian contemplative, possibly a Carthusian monk, for a young student beginning the path of contemplative prayer. The work teaches a form of apophatic or negative theology, approaching God not through affirmative statements about divine attributes, but through unknowing. The author instructs that God cannot be grasped by thought or imagination, that all concepts and images must be set aside in contemplative practice. Between the soul and God lies a cloud of unknowing that cannot be penetrated by intellectual effort. The practitioner must also place a cloud of forgetting between themselves and all created things, letting go of thoughts, memories, and concerns to rest in simple, loving attention directed toward God. The recommended practice involves choosing a single word like God or love, and using it to beat back thoughts that arise, returning again and again to naked intent toward the divine. This is not meditation on the word's meaning, but using it as a tool to maintain focus beyond conceptual thought. The author writes, "By love may he be gotten and holden, but by thought never." The text distinguishes this contemplative work from study, imaginative meditation on scripture, or emotional devotion, all of which have their place but represent different activities. The Cloud influenced later mystical theology and continues to be read in contemplative Christian circles. Its teaching resonates with practices and other traditions that emphasize moving beyond discursive thought to direct awareness, though the Cloud maintains a distinct Christian framework where the goal is union with the personal God of Christianity rather than dissolution into impersonal emptiness. The text provides practical guidance for an advanced form of prayer while acknowledging that contemplative grace cannot be forced or achieved through technique alone, remaining ultimately a gift that human effort prepares for but cannot guarantee. Next up is occult vitalism. Vitalism in scientific and philosophical discourse refers to the theory that living organisms are fundamentally different from inanimate matter, animated by a vital force or life principle that cannot be reduced to physical and chemical processes. While mainstream science abandoned vitalism in favor of mechanistic explanations, the concept persisted and evolved in occult and esoteric contexts. Occult vitalism treats this life force as subtle energy that can be perceived, cultivated, and directed through various practices. Occult vitalism assumes that consciousness in life represents something genuinely distinct from mechanical processes, that the universe is fundamentally alive or ensouled, rather than dead matter occasionally producing life as an anomaly. This worldview supports magical practice, which often involves directing vital energy through will and ritual action. The etheric body or vital body in theosophical and anthroposophical teaching represents the vehicle for this life force, an invisible energy field that animates the physical body and maintains its organization. When the etheric body withdraws at death, the physical body decomposes because the organizing principle has departed. Practices like pranayama, qigong, and various Western occult breathing exercises aim to increase, refine, and circulate this vital force. The concept bridges ancient animistic worldviews where all nature contains spirit and modern attempts to explain consciousness and life without reducing them to purely material mechanisms. Critics note that vitalism functions as an explanation that explains nothing, attributing life to life force without specifying what this force is or how it operates. Supporters argue that direct experience of energy phenomena in practices like acupuncture, energy healing, or meditation provides pragmatic validation regardless of whether vitalism fits current scientific paradigms. Next up is the Mirror of Simple Souls. The Mirror of Simple Souls was written by Margaret Poretti, a French Béguine or lay religious woman in the late 13th century. The work presents a dialogue between love, reason, and the soul, describing stages of spiritual development leading to complete annihilation of the will in union with God. Poretti taught that the soul can reach a state of freedom where it transcends the need for virtues, church authority, and even concern for salvation because it has become entirely one with divine will. She wrote, "This soul has no more care for herself than that which is not, for she is not but what God wills in her, and in such manner that she cannot will but what God wills." The Church condemned these teachings as heretical, viewing them as antinomian claims that the spiritually advanced were above moral law and ecclesiastical authority. Poretti refused to stop circulating her book despite orders from the Bishop of Cambrai. She was arrested by the Inquisition in Paris, held for 18 months, and finally burned at the stake in 1310 after refusing to recant or answer her interrogators. The condemned book survived anonymously, copied and read across Europe without readers knowing its author had been executed as a heretic. The text was rediscovered and attributed to Peretti only in the 20th century. Her work represents a radical mystical position where complete surrender to God means transcending all external religious forms. The soul becomes so unified with divine will that distinctions between divine and human will disappear. Church authorities saw this as dangerous spiritual pride masquerading as humility, the claim to have transcended moral and ecclesiastical guidance. Modern readers often view Peretti as a martyr to mystical freedom and institutional authority's fear of genuine spiritual experience that escapes control. The Mirror continues to be read as both a profound mystical text and a tragic example of how institutions handle claims to direct divine knowledge that bypass approved channels. And lastly, in Tier 5 is the Flowing Light of the Godhead. The Flowing Light of the Godhead was written by Mechthild of Magdeburg, a 13th century German beguine and mystic. Like Margaret Peretti, Mechthild lived as a lay religious woman outside formal monastic structures, a status that allowed freedom but also exposed her to suspicion. Her work describes mystical visions and experiences in vivid, often erotic language drawn from courtly love poetry and bridal mysticism. She depicts the soul as the bride of Christ, using sensual imagery of embracing, kissing, and longing to describe spiritual union. Christ appears as the divine lover who pursues the soul, draws it into intimate communion, and occasionally withdraws, causing the pain of separation that intensifies desire for reunion. Mechthild wrote in Middle Low German rather than Latin, making her mystical teaching accessible to those without clerical education. Her work mixes poetry, dialogue, and visionary narrative, describing not just moments of ecstasy, but also the soul's struggles, doubts, and experiences of God's absence. She faced criticism and opposition from church authorities troubled by her bold language and her criticism of clerical corruption. The text addresses both the heights of mystical experience and practical spiritual guidance, including warnings about false spirituality and instructions for discerning genuine divine inspiration from demonic deception or psychological delusion. Mechthild's willingness to use embodied, passionate language for spiritual experience influenced later mystical writers, particularly women mystics who claimed authority based on direct divine revelation rather than theological training. Her work demonstrates how medieval women found in bridal mysticism a legitimate framework for claiming spiritual authority and describing intense religious experience while operating outside official clerical roles. The Flowing Light represents the rich tradition of women's mystical writing in medieval Christianity, voices that often emphasize affective experience and personal relationship with the divine over systematic theology. First up in Tier 6 is the Buddha Gnostic Workbook by Michael Bertreux. Published in 1988, this massive grimoire synthesizes Haitian voodoo, Gnostic Christianity, Thelemic magic, and Michael Bertreux's own visionary experiences into a sprawling magical system. The workbook presents itself as a complete course in esoteric development, organizing into numbered lessons that guide students through progressively complex magical operations. The system involves working with Iowa or spirits from Voodoo tradition, but filtered through a Gnostic metaphysical framework where these entities represent forces in a vast spiritual cosmology extending across multiple dimensions and time streams. The text is notoriously difficult and deliberately obscure. Lessons jump between abstract metaphysical speculation, specific ritual instructions, complex diagrams, and exercises that assume knowledge never directly explained. Bertraud uses idiosyncratic terminology, creates elaborate hierarchies of spiritual beings, and presents magical operations involving everything from sex magic to time travel to creating servitors or artificial spirits. The sheer density and strangeness of the material means that few people work through the entire course. Those who do report either profound magical development or bewildering confusion, sometimes both simultaneously. Critics argue that Bertraud invented much of his system, that the Voodoo elements are appropriated and transformed beyond recognition, and that the workbook represents one man's elaborate fantasy rather than authentic tradition. Supporters claim that the system works regardless of its sources, that Bertraud received genuine transmission, even if unconventionally, and that the deliberately difficult presentation filters out casual practitioners who lack the dedication required for serious magical work. The Voodoo Gnostic Workbook stands as one of the strangest and most ambitious grimoires of the 20th century, creating a magical universe entirely its own. Next up is Zos Ki Occultus, which was mentioned briefly in Tier 5 because it was developed by Austin Osman Spare, building on his earlier work with sigil magic and atavistic resurgence. Zos and Kia represent complementary systems in Spare's cosmology. Zos refers to the body as a whole, the magical instrument through which consciousness operates. Kia represents pure consciousness itself, the eternal, unchanging observer that exists prior to thought, sensation, and identity. The cultus involves practices aimed at direct experience of Kia through manipulations of Zos, transcending ordinary consciousness and accessing what Spare called the neither-neither, a state beyond all dualities, including existence and non-existence. Spare's approach rejected the elaborate ceremonial frameworks of groups like the Golden Dawn, instead developing a minimalist system based on direct experience, artistic expression, and deliberate transgression of conventional morality. The practices involve techniques Spare called the death posture, a state of complete exhaustion achieved through extreme physical positions held until the body and mind collapse into trance. Sexual gnosis features prominently, using arousal and orgasm to bypass rational consciousness and implant desires directly into the subconscious. Spare worked extensively with automatic drawing and writing, allowing forces from beyond ordinary awareness to express through him without conscious control. His magical philosophy emphasized that belief itself is the enemy of magical effectiveness because belief creates fixation and rigidity. The Zos Ki Occultus influenced chaos magic significantly, particularly the idea that magical systems are tools to be used pragmatically rather than cosmologies to be believed. Spare's work remains challenging because he wrote in aphoristic, paradoxical language that resists systematic interpretation. His magical practice was intensely personal and experiential, developed through decades of solitary work rather than transmission through established orders. The system represents one of the most radical departures from traditional Western magic, stripping away elaborate trappings in favor of raw confrontation with consciousness and desire. Next up is Zhengyi and Quanzhen Taoism lineages. These represent the two major organized traditions of religious Taoism that continue today. Zhengyi, or the Way of Orthodox Unity, traces its origins to Zheng Daoling in the 2nd century CE and the Celestial Masters movement. Zhengyi priests, called Daoshi, typically marry, live in society, and perform ritual services for communities, including exorcisms, healing ceremonies, funerals, and festivals. The tradition emphasizes proper ritual performance, talismanic magic, and maintaining right relationship between human and spiritual realms. Zhengyi priests undergo ordination that grants authority to perform specific rites, with higher ordinations allowing more powerful operations. The lineage transmits through master-disciple relationships and family lines, with the Zhang family in Taiwan maintaining hereditary leadership until recent generations. Quanzhen, or complete perfection Taoism, emerged in the 12th century through Wang Chongyang and his disciples, the Seven Masters of Quanzhen. This tradition emphasizes monasticism, celibacy, and internal alchemical practices aimed at spiritual transformation and immortality. Quanzhen monastics live in communities, follow strict rules, and dedicate themselves to meditation, internal cultivation, and study of Taoist scriptures. The tradition synthesizes Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism, teaching that all three paths lead to the same truth. Internal alchemy practices form the core of Quanzhen cultivation, working with Jing, Qi, and Shen to create the immortal fetus or spiritual body that transcends death. Both lineages preserve different aspects of the Taoist tradition. Zhengyi maintains the ritual and communal functions of Taoism as practice religion serving social needs. Quanzhen emphasizes individual spiritual cultivation and monastic discipline. The traditions develop distinctive practices, texts, and ordination systems, though some contemporary Taoist masters study both. Understanding these lineages matters for anyone studying Taoism beyond philosophical texts, as the living traditions preserve practical knowledge and methods transmitted through centuries of continuous practice. The lineages ensure that Taoist cultivation techniques, ritual protocols, and spiritual knowledge pass from master to qualified students rather than being lost to time or distorted through casual transmission. Next up is Aeonics and time magic. Aeonics refers to magical operations dealing with time itself, treating temporal flow as something that can be perceived, navigated, and potentially influenced through occult means. The concept appears in various forms across esoteric traditions, but became particularly developed in chaos magic and postmodern occultism. Pete Carroll's writings on chaos magic discuss chronological sorcery, techniques for influencing past and future through magical operations performed in the present. The theory assumes that linear time represents only one perspective on a more complex reality where past, present, and future exist simultaneously and influence each other in ways ordinary consciousness does not perceive. Magical practice can supposedly access this non-linear temporal structure, sending effects backward or forward in time. Practical aeonic operations include retroactive enchantment, where the magician performs a ritual to influence an event that has already occurred, and future-directed workings that establish probability channels, making desired outcomes more likely to manifest. Some practitioners work with what they call time loops or closed causal circles, where a magical operation in the present is intended to cause past conditions that make the present operation possible. Philip K. Dick explored similar ideas in his fiction, describing orthogonal or nonlinear time where multiple timelines exist simultaneously. Terence McKenna's time wave zero theory proposed mathematical patterns underlying historical time, suggesting that time itself has a fractal structure, approaching a singularity point of infinite novelty. Robert Anton Wilson discussed chapel parallax, a state where coincidences and synchronicities proliferate, suggesting fluid boundaries between magical intention and temporal causation. Practitioners argue that subjective experience of time's malleability during intense magical work provides empirical validation regardless of whether objective temporal causation has been altered. Time magic represents one of the most speculative and difficult to verify areas of occult practice, pushing against fundamental assumptions about causation and temporal flow, while offering techniques that some magicians report as effective for influencing events. Next up is planetary magic and Olympic spirits. Planetary magic works with the 7 traditional planets, each governing specific qualities, forces, and areas of life. The sun rules vitality, success, and authority. The moon governs emotions, intuition, and change. Mercury relates to communication, learning, and travel. Venus connects to love, beauty, and pleasure. Mars rules conflict, courage, and assertion. Jupiter governs expansion, luck, and wisdom. Saturn relates to limitation, structure, and time. Magicians perform operations aligned with planetary hours and days, creating talismans using planetary seals and symbols, and invoke planetary intelligences or spirits to accomplish specific aims. The system assumes that celestial bodies emit subtle influences that affect terrestrial events and human consciousness, and that proper timing and correspondence allow the magician to amplify and direct these influences. The Olympic spirits appear in the Arbatel of Magic, a 16th century grimoire presenting itself as introductory magical instruction. 7 Olympic spirits rule the planets. Aratron governs Saturn, Bethor rules Jupiter, Phaleg with Mars, Och with the Sun, Hagith with Venus, Ophiel with Mercury, and Fool with the Moon. Each spirit controls vast numbers of subordinate entities and can grant powers, knowledge, and material benefits aligned with their planetary nature. The Arbatel presents these spirits as generally benevolent and willing to teach worthy magicians, contrasting with grimoires that emphasize binding and compelling demons. The text provides specific instructions for contacting each Olympic spirit, including timing, prayers, and talismanic designs. Modern practitioners use these operations for everything from career success to love magic to spiritual development, depending on which planetary force they engage. The system appeals because it provides clear correspondences, specific entities to work with, and practical aims without the moral ambiguity of demonic magic. Planetary magic represents one of the oldest continuing strands of Western occultism, with methods transmitted from Greek and Arabic sources through medieval grimoires into contemporary practice, demonstrating how cosmological theories about celestial influence generated practical magical technologies. Next up is the Thunder Perfect Mind. This text from the Nag Hammadi library presents a series of paradoxical first-person declarations by a divine feminine voice. The speaker identifies herself through contradictions. I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the mother and the daughter. The poem continues for pages in this manner, claiming to be simultaneously wisdom and foolishness, strength and weakness, shame and boldness. The voice is both cosmic and intimate, divine and human, exalted and degraded. Scholars debate the text's origins and meaning, with theories ranging from it being a hymn to the Gnostic Sophia, a revelation from the divine feminine principle, or a philosophical meditation on the coincidence of opposites. The text resists simple interpretation precisely through its use of paradox. Each statement undermines conventional categories and forces the reader to hold contradictions without resolution. Some readers find it in an early feminist voice, claiming authority and complexity against patriarchal attempts to define and limit the feminine. Others see a mystical teaching about the nature of ultimate reality, which transcends all dualities and categories that human thought uses to organize experience. The Thunder, Perfect Mind influenced contemporary feminist theology and goddess spirituality, providing an ancient voice for the divine feminine that refuses subordination or simplification. The Thunder, Perfect Mind demonstrates how ancient texts can speak powerfully to contemporary concerns, offering perspectives that mainstream religious traditions suppressed or lost. The paradoxical voice challenges readers to move beyond either-or thinking toward a consciousness capable of embracing complexity and contradiction as fundamental to reality rather than problems to be solved. Next up is Liber Alveliges commentary traditions. Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law, received in Cairo in 1904, consists of 3 short chapters totaling just over 220 verses. Despite its brevity, the text has generated vast commentary literature attempting to decode its meanings, reconcile its apparent contradictions, and extract practical guidance from cryptic pronouncements. Crowley himself wrote extensive commentaries, most notably the Comment, which he included with the text, though this short comment explicitly forbids further commentary. All questions of the law are to be decided only by appeal to my writings, each for himself. This of course has not been observed, with Thelemites producing countless interpretations despite the prohibition. Different schools of Thelemic thought emphasize different aspects and interpretations. Some focus on the Kabbalistic significance of the text, analyzing letter values and numerical patterns throughout. Others emphasize the political and social implications of statements like, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and the slaves shall serve." Feminist interpreters have wrestled with misogynistic-seeming passages while seeking liberatory readings. Chaos magicians treat the text as a powerful magical formula without necessarily accepting its cosmological claims. Academic scholars analyze it as a product of Crowley's psychology and cultural moment. The text contains the famous verse, "Every man and every woman is a star," which supports individualist readings, alongside hierarchical and aristocratic statements that suggest quite different politics. Chapter 3's violent imagery troubles many readers, while others interpret it symbolically as describing ego death and spiritual warfare. The variety of commentary traditions demonstrates how Thelemites have used Liber Al, much as religious communities use scripture, finding in it authorization for diverse and sometimes contradictory positions. The text's opacity and occasional incoherence paradoxically increase its authority, as multiple interpretations can claim textual support while no single reading definitively resolves all difficulties. Next up is the Necronomicon in the Simon and Lovecraft traditions. H.P. Lovecraft created the Necronomicon as a fictional grimoire for his horror stories, supposedly written by the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred and containing knowledge of the Old Ones and forbidden cosmic lore. Lovecraft treated the book as an in-joke among writers, with various authors in his circle referencing it to create a shared mythos. The text was always fiction, with Lovecraft explicitly stating this in letters. However, the evocative descriptions of the book and its supposed contents created desire among occultists for it to exist. In 1977, a book titled Necronomicon appeared, edited by Simon, claiming to be a translation of a genuine ancient text discovered in manuscript form. This Simon Necronomicon synthesizes Sumerian mythology, Lovecraft's fiction, and ceremonial magic into a working grimoire complete with rituals, invocations, and gates for contacting the Old Ones. The Simon Necronomicon became controversial immediately. Scholars pointed out numerous errors in the Sumerian material and obvious fabrications. Occultists debated whether a grimoire based on fiction could function magically. Some argue that Lovecraft had unconsciously channeled genuine cosmic forces, that the mythos represented archetypal realities regardless of its fictional origins. Others treated it as proto-chaos magic, demonstrating that belief and emotional investment create magical effectiveness regardless of historical authenticity. Practitioners reported experiences ranging from powerful visions to psychological disturbances to nothing at all. The book went through multiple editions and spawned imitators. Meanwhile, other versions of the Necronomicon appeared, including the Hay Necronomicon and various online texts, each claiming different origins. The phenomenon demonstrates how fictional creations can take on life within magical communities, how desire for lost or hidden knowledge creates opportunities for invention, and how postmodern magic increasingly treats all magical systems as equally fictional and equally potentially effective. The Necronomicon question becomes not, is it real, but does it work, and what happens when we treat fiction as functional magic? Next up is Tummo practice. Tummo, often translated as inner fire or mystic heat, is an advanced Tibetan Buddhist tantric practice involving visualization, breath control, and energy manipulation. The technique generates intense internal heat, verifiable through practitioners sitting in freezing conditions while drying wet sheets wrapped around their body or melting snow in circles around them through body heat alone. Tummo belongs to the 6 yogas of Naropa, a set of advanced techniques transmitted through the Kagyu lineage of Tibetan Buddhism. The practice requires extensive preliminary training, including foundation practices or ngondro, completion of preliminary yidam or deity yoga, and proper authorization from a qualified teacher. The technique involves visualizing a central channel running through the body's core, with side channels at specific points, particularly the navel. The practitioner visualizes a tiny flame or ember at the navel area and uses specific breathing patterns, physical postures, and mantras to fan this inner fire, causing it to rise up the central channel. The heat is not merely physical, but relates to the awakening of Kundalini-like energy called Tummo or Chandali in Sanskrit. As the practice develops, the inner fire burns away subtle obstacles and conceptual proliferations, leading to experiences of bliss and direct realization of emptiness. Advanced practitioners integrate Tummo with other yogas, particularly practices involving channels, winds, or energies, and drops or essential fluids in the subtle body. The 6 yogas as a complete system aims at achieving enlightenment in this lifetime, or consciousness transference at death into a pure realm. Tummo has attracted Western attention, partly through scientific studies measuring physiological effects, including increased peripheral body temperature despite cold exposure. Herbert Benson and others documented Tibetan monks raising their finger and toe temperatures up to 8 degrees Celsius through Tummo meditation. These studies validate the practice's physical effects while barely touching its spiritual dimensions. Traditional teachers emphasize that Tummo must be learned within proper context, including ethical foundations, philosophical understanding, and supervised practice, warning that approaching it merely as a technique for generating heat or achieving altered states misses the point and courts danger. Next up is Agrippa and his 3 books of occult philosophy. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa von Nettensheim published De Occulta Philosophia in completed form in 1533, though earlier drafts circulated from 1510. The work represents the most comprehensive Renaissance synthesis of magical knowledge, systematically organizing natural magic, celestial magic, and ceremonial magic into a coherent philosophical framework. Agrippa drew from Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Kabbalah, Pythagorean number theory, and medieval grimoires to create an encyclopedia of occult science. Book 1 covers natural magic, the properties of elements, plants, stones, and animals, and how understanding natural sympathies and antipathies allows the magician to produce effects. Book 2 addresses celestial or mathematical magic, astrology, planetary hours, number mysticism, and geometric figures of power. Book 3 deals with ceremonial or religious magic, divine names, angelic hierarchies, and rituals for contacting spiritual beings. The work presents magic as the highest science, the capstone of all learning that unifies philosophy, mathematics, theology, and natural science. Agrippa argues that the true magician must master liberal arts and sacred languages, understand cosmic correspondences, and maintain purity of life. Magic operates through understanding how divine power flows from the archetypal world through the celestial and elemental worlds to manifest physically. The magician who comprehends these connections can work with, rather than against, natural and spiritual forces to accomplish remarkable effects. Despite his comprehensive exposition of magical theory and practice, Agrippa later wrote on the uncertainty and vanity of the sciences, expressing skepticism about all human knowledge, including magic. Scholars debate whether this represented genuine disillusionment, protection against accusations of heresy, or a more subtle position where magic's failure when practiced impurely or ignorantly did not invalidate its principles. 3 books became foundational for Western ceremonial magic, influencing every subsequent grimoire tradition and magical order. The Golden Dawn drew heavily on Agrippa's correspondences and framework. Contemporary magicians still use the text as a reference for planetary hours, magical squares, and correspondences between symbols, numbers, and spiritual forces. Agrippa demonstrated that Renaissance humanist learning and magical practice were not opposed but represented different aspects of the same quest for knowledge and power. Next up is a Memphis Misraim rite. The rite of Memphis Misraim represents one of the most elaborate manifestations of fringe Freemasonry, combining Egyptian-themed ritual with occult philosophy. The system emerged from early 19th century France through figures who created the rite of Memphis with 95 degrees and later merged it with the rite of Misraim, which claimed 90 degrees. The combined rite features an enormous degree structure extending far beyond the 3 degrees of regular craft masonry and the additional degrees of systems like the Scottish Rite. The high degrees incorporate Egyptian mythology, Hermetic philosophy, Rosicrucian symbolism, and elements from various esoteric traditions into an initiatory system that claims to preserve ancient wisdom. Mainstream Freemasonry has generally not recognized Memphis Misraim as legitimate, viewing it as irregular or clandestine. Despite, or perhaps because of this marginal status, the rite attracted occultists and esotericists who found regular Masonry too conservative or its symbolism too limited. Figures like John Yarker championed the rite in England, and it spread through Europe and beyond. The degree structure includes ranks with titles like Sublime Knight of the Sacred Curtain, Sovereign Prince of the Order, and Patriarch Grand Consecrator. Critics see this proliferation of degrees as absurd inflation, creating impressive-sounding titles without substantive content. Supporters argue that each degree offers particularly initiatory experiences and teachings, with the numerous degrees allowing fine-grained transmission of different aspects of the tradition. The rite has fragmented into multiple competing lineages, each claiming authentic transmission and disputing others' legitimacy. Some Memphis Misraim groups emphasize Egyptian mystery traditions, others focus on Western ceremonial magic, Still others blend these with Martinism or thelema. The rite demonstrates how esoteric orders proliferate, split, and recombine, creating genealogies of initiation that are simultaneously important to participants and bewildering or irrelevant to outsiders. Memphis Misraim exists at the intersection of Freemasonry, Egyptian revival, and occultism, representing fringe masonry's most baroque elaboration. Next up is Paul Foster Case and Boda. Paul Foster Case founded the Builders of the Adytum in 1922 after leaving the Alpha et Omega, an offshoot of the Golden Dawn. Case developed a tarot-centered magical and mystical system, emphasizing meditation on tarot imagery, Kabbalistic correspondences, and color symbolism. Unlike many occult orders that required physical attendance at temple meetings, Boda operated primarily through correspondence courses, making esoteric training available to people regardless of location. Case's approach emphasized the Western mystery tradition as a path toward union with the divine through understanding and applying universal principles encoded in tarot and Kabbalah. His interpretation of tarot as a textbook in pictorial form, presenting the stages of spiritual unfoldment, influenced how subsequent generations approached the cards. Case produced detailed lessons on each tarot key, explaining its symbolism, astrological and Kabbalistic correspondences, and meditative use. He designed a tarot deck with artist Jesse Burns Park that corrected what he saw as errors in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck and better reflected the proper correspondences. Case emphasized that the real work happened through daily meditation and integration of principles into life rather than through ceremonial ritual, though Boda preserved ritual work for advanced members. He taught that humanity is evolving toward divine consciousness, that esoteric training accelerates this evolution, and that adepts have a responsibility to assist humanity's spiritual development. Case's writings present a path that is simultaneously occult in method and devotional in spirit. Boda continues after his death, maintaining the correspondence course system and teaching according to Case's methods. The organization represents the educational and contemplative wing of Western occultism, contrasting with orders emphasizing magical power, secret knowledge, or exotic practices. Next up is Azoth, the alchemical universal solvent. Azoth appears in alchemical texts as the universal spirit, the mercury of the philosophers, and the first principle from which all metals derive. The term likely comes from Arabic al-Zauk, meaning mercury, filtered through medieval Latin. Alchemists use Azoth to designate the quintessence or fifth element beyond earth, air, fire, and water. This substance was considered the active principle in all transformation, the universal medicine, and the key to the great work. Texts describe Azoth as both the beginning and end of the work, present in the prima materia, and revealed through the alchemical process. Paracelsus wrote extensively about Azoth as the vital force pervading all nature, the principle of life itself that could be extracted and used for healing. The concept operates on multiple levels, as with most alchemical terminology. Physically, Azoth might refer to specific chemical substances or to elemental mercury in various states of preparation. Philosophically, it represents the underlying unity from which multiplicity emerges and to which it returns. Spiritually, Azoth symbolizes the divine essence within matter and within the human soul, the spark that must be liberated and purified. The A and Z in Azoth's spelling, beginning and end of the alphabet, reinforce its status as Alpha and Omega, the complete substance containing all possibilities. Some texts illustrate Azoth with complex symbolic diagrams showing the relationship between elements, planets, and principles. The search for Azoth drove alchemical work because identifying and isolating this universal principle would theoretically allow the alchemist to accomplish any transformation. The concept influenced later occult thought about universal life force, vital energy, and the substance underlying all manifest forms. Whether Azoth ever referred to an actual substance or always functioned as a philosophical concept remains ambiguous in the sources, which is characteristic of alchemy's deliberate obscurity. The term represents alchemy's central claim that beneath apparent diversity exists a unified principle, and that understanding and working with this principle grants mastery over nature's transformations. Next up is Vajra. The Vajra, meaning thunderbolt or diamond in Sanskrit, appears as both ritual object and potent symbol in Vajrayana Buddhism and Hindu Tantra. As a physical tool, it consists of a short metal scepter with ornate spherical ends, often featuring 4 or 8 curved prongs emerging from lotus petals and converging at a point. The Vajra is typically held in the right hand during ritual, paired with a bell held in the left, representing the union of skillful means and wisdom, compassion and emptiness. The implement symbolizes indestructibility and irresistibility, qualities associated with both the diamond's hardness and the thunderbolt's power. In Hindu iconography, the Vajra appears as the weapon of Indra, king of gods, capable of destroying ignorance and evil while remaining itself indestructible. Buddhist Tantra developed elaborate symbolic and philosophical meanings for the Vajra. It represents the nature of reality itself, empty yet capable of cutting through all illusions and obstacles. The term Vajrayana, or diamond vehicle, refers to the Tantric Buddhist path, claiming to be as indestructible as diamond and as swift as lightning compared to the gradual path of conventional practice. Vajra appears in divine names and practices throughout the tradition. Vajrasattva, the primordial Buddha of purification, Vajra body, speech and mind as the enlightened qualities practitioners cultivate, Vajra master or guru who transmits the teachings. The implement and symbol connect physical ritual action with ultimate philosophical truth. When a lama rings the bell and strikes the Vajra together during ceremony, the sound represents the inseparability of wisdom and compassion, emptiness and appearance that characterizes enlightenment. The Vajra also appears in Tibetan architecture, crowning stupas and adorning monasteries. Its presence in multiple contexts, from philosophical discourse to ritual implements, demonstrates how Tantra uses material forms to point toward and even embody ultimate reality, rather than treating the physical and spiritual as separate domains. And finally in Tier 6 is the Book of Abramelin. This grimoire, originally in German or Hebrew, survives in French manuscripts from the 17th and 18th centuries, though it presents itself as the work of Abraham of Worms, a Jewish magician who lived from 1362 to 1458. The text describes Abraham's journey to Egypt, where he met the magician Abramelin, who taught him a system of magic based on achieving knowledge in conversation with one's holy guardian angel. The operation requires 6 months, or in some versions 18 months, of intensive preparation involving progressive withdrawal from worldly affairs, prayer, and purification. The magician must secure a location where the work can proceed without interruption, prepare an oratory or prayer room, and follow strict rules of conduct and daily practice. The operation culminates in manifestation of the holy guardian angel, who provides authority and protection for the second part of the work, conjuring and binding demons. The text includes hundreds of magical word squares or kamiyas, grids of letters that when properly activated allow the magician to accomplish various effects from becoming invisible to flying through the air to discovering treasure. Aleister Crowley made the Abramelin operation central to his magical system, undertaking it himself, though apparently not completing it properly. His account influenced how subsequent magicians understood the work, particularly his interpretation of the Holy Guardian Angel as one's true divine nature or true will, rather than an external entity. The operation represents one of the longest and most demanding in Western magic, requiring absolute commitment and conditions difficult to arrange in modern life. Those who claim to have completed it report profound transformation, establishing ongoing contact with their holy guardian angel and gaining authority over demonic forces. The Abramelin operation influenced magical orders from the Golden Dawn to contemporary practitioners, establishing the Holy Guardian Angel as central to Western occultism and providing a systematic approach to what others called enlightenment, union with the divine, or realization of the true self. First up in Tier 7 is the Chaos Magic current in the IoT. Chaos magic emerged in England in the late 1970s through practitioners like Peter Carroll and Ray Sherwin, who founded the Illuminates of Thanateros, or IoT, in 1978. The approach rejected the elaborate cosmologies and hierarchical structures of traditional magical orders in favor of radical pragmatism. Chaos magicians adopted the position that belief itself is a tool rather than truth, that any magical system works if you invest sufficient conviction in it, and that results matter more than adherence to a tradition. Carroll's Liber Null and Psychonaut presented a stripped-down version of magical practice focusing on gnosis, or altered states of consciousness, sigil magic derived from Austin Osman Spare, and servitor creation. The philosophy drew from quantum physics, scientific materialism, and postmodern skepticism about grand narratives, creating a magical approach comfortable with contradiction and uncertainty. The IoT organized around a degree structure similar to traditional orders but emphasized results-based advancement and practical magical work over symbolic initiations. Members worked with paradigm shifting, temporarily adopting different belief systems to accomplish specific magical goals, then discarding them when no longer useful. The approach treated gods, demons, and spirits as potentially real entities, psychological constructs, or useful fictions, depending on which perspective produced better results in the moment. Chaos magic spread through underground publications, eventually influencing mainstream occultism significantly. The movement's emphasis on experimentation, individual gnosis, and stripping away unnecessary complexity resonated with practitioners frustrated by the Golden Dawn's elaborate hierarchies and Thelema's dogmatism. Critics argued that chaos magic's anything goes approach lacked depth, that traditional systems preserved hard-won wisdom chaos magicians ignorantly discarded, and that the focus on results encouraged spiritual materialism. The current fragmented as it spread, with various groups and individuals developing distinct approaches under the chaos magic banner. The IoT continues, but represents only one strand of what became a diverse magical current. Chaos magic demonstrated that magical practice could be approached scientifically and pragmatically, without requiring belief in any particular cosmology, influencing how subsequent generations think about magical effectiveness and the relationship between belief and practice. Next up is Cultus Sabbati. The Cultus Sabbati represents a magical order founded by Andrew Chumley in the 1990s, drawing from British folk witchcraft traditions, medieval grimoire magic, and Chumley's own visionary experiences and poetic sensibility. Unlike many contemporary witchcraft groups that emphasize goddess worship or nature spirituality, Cultus Sabbati works within what Chumley termed the crooked path, a via sinistra or left-hand approach involving spirit contact, dealing with ambiguous entities, and exploration of liminal spaces between worlds. The tradition claims lineage through rural cunningcraft and hedge witchery rather than Wiccan or ceremonial magic sources. Chumley's writings, published in extremely limited editions through his Zoanon imprint, present a literary and philosophical approach to witchcraft, emphasizing poetic language, dense symbolism, and deliberate obscurity. The magical practice involves working with the witch's Sabbath as a visionary experience accessible through trance, dream work, and ritual rather than as historical gathering. Practitioners seek contact with the Magistellus or familiar spirit, a personal entity that serves as teacher and ally. The tradition incorporates the symbolism of the crossroads, the stang or forked staff, and various spirits from British folklore alongside grimoire magic ceremonial elements. Chumley's books like Azoetia and Kutub function as practical grimoires while also being works of occult literature written in archaic, poetic language that resists casual reading. After Chumley's death in 2004, the tradition continued through initiated members, though it remains deliberately small and selective. The cultus sabbati influenced a broader revival of traditional witchcraft, distinct from Wicca, demonstrating how witchcraft could be approached as both a living magical practice and sophisticated esoteric system. The tradition represents witchcraft at its most literary and refined, far from popular representations of either the witch as a nature-loving healer or the practitioner of simple folk magic, instead presenting a path of genuine spiritual danger, poetic vision, and communion with forces that exist beyond comfortable categories of good and evil. Next up is Mao Shan Taoist sorcery. Mao Shan, or Mount Mao, refers to a mountain in Jiangsu province that became the center of the Shang King or highest clarity school of Taoism in the 4th century CE. While Shang King developed sophisticated meditation and visualization practices for spiritual cultivation, the Mao Shan tradition also preserved elaborate magical and ritualistic techniques. These practices included exorcism, spirit control, talismanic magic, and various methods for dealing with demons, ghosts, and malevolent forces. Mao Shan priests underwent rigorous training in ritual procedures, the proper construction and use of talismans or fu, methods for commanding the celestial bureaucracy of spirits and deities, and techniques for summoning divine generals to accomplish specific tasks. The magical practice operates within Chinese cosmology, where the universe is governed by a vast spiritual bureaucracy mirroring earthly government structures. The Mao Shan priest holds official rank within this celestial administration, granted through ordination and initiation. This authority allows the priest to issue commands to spirits, much as an earthly official would issue orders to subordinates. Talismans function as official documents sealed with divine authority. Rituals follow precise protocols because they represent official procedures within the celestial bureaucracy. Some practices involve spirit possession where the priest serves as a medium for deities to speak and act through him. The tradition exists somewhat uneasily within Taoism, as the elaborate magical apparatus contrasts with philosophical Taoism's emphasis on simplicity and naturalness. Yet the practices have persisted for centuries, transmitted through master-disciple lineages, and still practiced in Chinese and diaspora communities. Mao Shan sorcery demonstrates how Chinese religious Taoism developed practical magical technologies while also pursuing spiritual cultivation, treating esoteric ritual and meditative realization as complementary rather than contradictory paths. Next up is NAEQ, the New Aeon English Kabbalah, and the gematria debates surrounding it. Gematria assigns numerical values to letters, allowing words and phrases with the same sum to be considered related or equivalent. Hebrew gematria has ancient roots, and Kabbalists use it extensively to find hidden meanings in Scripture. The Book of the Law contains cryptic references to English gematria, particularly the command to obtain the order and value of the English alphabet, and the statement that this shall be your only proof of the book's authority. Crowley himself never definitively solved this puzzle despite years of effort. Multiple English gematria systems emerged, each claiming to fulfill the book's requirements. The most prominent is NAEQ. ALW is a specific grid system within NAEQ, where the alphabet is arranged in a 26-cell square and numerical values are derived by reading diagonals or specific paths. In 1976, an English Thelemite named James Lees discovered a system counting each 11th letter of the English alphabet, starting with A and L, so A equals 1, L equals 2, W equals 3, continuing in this pattern to complete the alphabet. The first three letters, ALW, form an anagram of law, like Book of the Law. The system produces striking correspondences with thelemic concepts and passages from Liber All. Key phrases sum to significant numbers, divine names relate through gematria in ways that seem meaningful. Proponents argue that these correspondences cannot be coincidental, that NAEQ represents the intended English Kabbalah revealing the book's deepest secrets. Skeptics point out that with enough manipulation, any system can produce apparently significant correspondences, that the human mind excels at finding patterns even in randomness, and that multiple incompatible systems all claim to be the true English gematria. Other systems develop through different methods, producing their own sets of correspondences and have their own adherents. The debates within thelemic communities can become heated because the stakes are high. If one system is the true key mentioned in the Book of the Law, the others are false, and properly understanding thelema requires using the correct system. Alternatively, perhaps multiple systems work because meaning emerges through engagement with symbolic systems rather than being objectively coded. The NAEQ debates demonstrate how even small communities focused on specific revelatory texts generate internal conflicts over interpretation, with different factions claiming authority through different methodological approaches. Next up is Neo-Typhonian interpretations. Kenneth Grant's Typhonian tradition, covered in Tier 5, established a magical current emphasizing the night side of the Tree of Life, contact with extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional intelligences, and synthesis of thelema with Lovecraft's fictional mythos. After Grant's death in 2011, various practitioners have developed what might be called Neo-Typhonian approaches, building on Grant's foundation while taking it in new directions. These interpretations often emphasize aspects Grant hinted at but never fully developed, or connect his work with contemporary chaos magic, goetic practice, or other currents. Some Neo-Typhonian practitioners focus on the tunnels of Seth, pathways on the reverse side of the Tree of Life, connecting the Qliphoth, or evil emanations, treating these as legitimate paths for magical exploration. Neo-Typhonian work tends towards the experimental and transgressive, involving sexual gnosis, working with explicitly dark or chaotic forces, and deliberately invoking entities that traditional occultism warns against. The approach treats Grant's extensive but obscure writings as maps for exploration rather than merely theoretical texts. Practitioners report contact with the same entities Grant described, validation of his cosmological schemas through independent gnosis, and expansion of the current through new revelations. Critics within broader thelemic and occult communities view Neo-Typhonian work as dangerous at best, delusional at worst, arguing that work with Qliphonic forces risks genuine spiritual and psychological damage. The emphasis on Lovecraftian entities particularly troubles those who see it as confusing fiction with reality or treating mental illness as spiritual attainment. Neo-Typhonian practitioners counter that all magical systems are fictions in one sense, that the Lovecraft current taps genuine archetypal forces regardless of its literary origin, and that the fear of darkness and chaos reflects spiritual timidity rather than wisdom. The interpretations represent one of the most radical developments in contemporary occultism, pushing further into territory that makes even magicians uncomfortable, while claiming to recover aspects of magic that sanitized traditions have deliberately suppressed. Next up is Vedic horse sacrifice and its esoteric interpretations. The Ashvamedha, or horse sacrifice, was one of the most elaborate and politically significant Vedic rituals, performed by kings to establish sovereignty and cosmic order. The ceremony took over a year, involving the release of a royal stallion to wander freely for a year, while the king's army followed, claiming all territory the horse traversed. At the ritual's culmination, the horse was sacrificed along with hundreds of other animals in a massive ceremony involving hundreds of priests reciting Vedic hymns. The king's chief queen enacted a ritualized union with the stallion, while other queens and priests recited obscene verses, a shocking element that later Hindu reformers struggled to explain or minimize. The ritual aimed to regenerate cosmic and political order, ensuring prosperity, defeating enemies, and maintaining the king's power. Esoteric interpretations read the horse sacrifice as encoding spiritual and alchemical symbolism rather than simply political display. The horse represents a vital force, sexual energy, or the lower nature that must be sacrificed for spiritual transformation. The year-long wandering symbolizes the soul's journey through manifestation before returning to its source. The queen's union with the sacrificed horse represents the integration of solar and lunar principles, the sacred marriage of spirit and matter necessary for completion of the great work. Tantric texts reinterpret Vedic sacrifices as internal practices where the offering happens within the subtle body through breath control, visualization, and manipulation of inner energies. What the ancient ritual performed externally with actual animals and elaborate ceremony, the yogi accomplishes internally through meditation and yogic techniques. These esoteric readings allow practitioners to engage with Vedic tradition while avoiding the ethical problems of actual animal sacrifice. They also claim to reveal the true meaning that exoteric practice merely symbolizes. Scholars debate whether these esoteric interpretations represent ancient hidden teachings finally revealed, or later impositions projecting philosophical and mystical meanings onto rituals that originally had more practical, political, and cosmological purposes. The Ashvamedha's esoteric interpretations demonstrate how violent or ethically problematic religious practices get reinterpreted as the cultures that produce them change, preserving symbolic significance while discarding literal enactment. Next up is the Law of One, or raw material. Between 1981 and 1984, Carlo Ruckert served as channel for an entity identifying itself as Ra, a 6th-density social memory complex from Venus, while Don Elkins asked questions and Jim McCarty scribed the answers. The resulting 106 sessions produced an elaborate cosmology, describing the universe's evolution through densities of consciousness, the role of wanderers or evolved souls incarnating on Earth to assist humanity, and detailed explanations of spiritual evolution, karma, and the nature of reality. Ra describes the Law of One as the fundamental principle that all things are one, that separation is illusion, and that spiritual evolution involves progressively realizing this unity. The material presents a complex metaphysics involving logos or divine creative principles, distortions that produce multiplicity from unity, and the balancing of energies as the path of evolution. The channeling occurred through rigorous protocols meant to ensure purity of contact. The group maintained specific positioning, used tuning rituals, and asked questions with precision. Despite or because of these precautions, the work reportedly took enormous toll on Ruckert's health. The material attracted a devoted following, with readers treating the sessions as authoritative revelation about cosmic structure and spiritual development. The teaching emphasizes service to others versus service to self as fundamental orientations, describes Earth's transition to fourth density, and explains various phenomena from UFO sightings to the Great Pyramid's purpose. The densities refers to 7 stages of consciousness called densities in a creation octave, starting from basic elemental awareness, the first density, through biological life, the second, human self-awareness and choice, the third, love and empathy, the fourth, unity and wisdom, the fifth, to unifying insight, the sixth, and finally the gateway to the next octave, the seventh, with humans currently in the pivotal third density choosing paths of service to others or service to self to evolve toward higher consciousness. The technical vocabulary and systematic presentation distinguish the raw material from vaguer New Age channeling, giving it intellectual respectability among those that accept channeled sources. The material influenced spiritual seekers, particularly in communities interested in UFOs, consciousness evolution, and alternative cosmologies. Whether Ra represents genuine contact with evolved intelligence, Rukert's deep unconscious mind, or collaborative fiction created by the group, the Law of One stands as one of the most comprehensive and philosophically developed channeled texts, presenting a complete worldview addressing questions from cosmic origins to individual spiritual practice. Next up is the Urantia book, Cosmology. The Urantia book appeared in 1955, claiming to be revelations from celestial beings transmitted through an anonymous Chicago man in a trance-like peculiar sleep who dictated the book to Dr. William Sadler between 1924 and 1955. The 2,097-page tome presents an elaborate cosmology describing the structure of the universe, the nature of God, the history of Earth called Urantia, and the life and teachings of Jesus in unprecedented detail. The text describes a central universe of perfection, surrounded by 7 super-universes in various stages of evolution. Our super-universe, or Vonton, contains billions of uninhabited worlds. The book introduces hundreds of beings in celestial hierarchies, from Paradise Trinity to local universe administrators to planetary helpers. The narrative claims Jesus lived on Earth as part of his 7th and final bestowal before assuming full sovereignty of his local universe, Nebayon. The cosmology blends Christian theology, science fiction elements, and elaborate bureaucratic structures describing universe administration. Physical and spiritual evolution occur simultaneously as worlds and their inhabitants progress toward perfection. The book addresses scientific topics including geology, evolution, and cosmology, making specific claims that subsequent science has sometimes contradicted. Believers argue that properly understood, the book remains consistent with science or represents advanced knowledge. The Urantia movement maintains study groups worldwide and treats the text as epochal revelation comparable to previous dispensations. Critics note the anonymous authorship, the impossibility of verification, and elements that clearly reflect 1930s American culture and science rather than timeless cosmic truth. The elaborate detail creates both appeal and suspicion. Either celestial beings provide genuine revelation of universe structure, or human authors created an unusually comprehensive science fiction cosmology and presented it as revelation. The Urantia book demonstrates how new religious movements create authority through volume and specificity, producing texts so elaborate that engagement requires enormous time investment. Whether accepted as revelation or recognized as human creation, the text represents one of the 20th century's most ambitious attempts to answer ultimate questions about existence, purpose, and cosmic structure through a comprehensive, systematic worldview. Next up is Pascal Beverly Randolph's Sex Magic. Pascal Beverly Randolph was an American occultist and physician who developed theories about sex magic decades before Aleister Crowley. Born in 1825, Randolph traveled extensively, learned from various teachers, and claimed initiations into Rosicrucian orders, though the authenticity of these lineages remains disputed. His work emphasized the magical potential of sexual union between man and woman, arguing that the moment of mutual climax creates a powerful state where thoughts and desires imprint directly on reality. He taught that couples should formulate clear intentions before sexual union, maintain focus during the act, and at climax, visualize the desired outcome with combined will and energy. This moment of ecstasis supposedly allows access to spiritual realms and manifestation powers impossible through ordinary consciousness. Randolph wrote about these ideas carefully and often cryptically, publishing works like Occulys, The History of Love, that blend conventional advice on marriage and sexuality with veiled references to magical practice. He distinguished his teachings from mere libertinism, emphasizing that sex magic required love, proper intention, and spiritual development rather than simply physical pleasure. The practice aimed not at material gain alone, but at spiritual evolution and access to higher consciousness. Randolph's life ended tragically in 1875, but his ideas influenced subsequent sex magic development. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, which formed shortly after his death, incorporated his sexual teachings. Later, these concepts filtered into Ordo Templi Orientis and Crowley's work, though often without acknowledgement of Randolph as the source. Modern scholars recognize Randolph as a pioneering figure in Western sex magic, developing a sophisticated system before it became associated with the Lemma or Tantra. His work demonstrates that sex magic existed in Western occultism earlier than commonly assumed. Next up is Tsar possession cults. Tsar refers to spirit possession traditions found primarily in North Africa, the Horn of Africa, and parts of the Middle East, particularly among women. The practice involves rituals where participants enter trance states and become possessed by Tsar spirits, entities with distinct personalities, preferences, and demands. The spirits cause illness, misfortune, or psychological distress until properly acknowledged and appeased. Tsar ceremonies bring together women under the leadership of a shaika or female ritual specialist who facilitates possession, negotiates with spirits, and prescribes remedies. The rituals involve drumming, incense, specific colors and foods the spirits favor, and dancing that induces the trance state, allowing spirits to mount or ride their hosts. The possessed woman gains a relationship with her Tsar spirit that continues throughout life, requiring periodic ceremonies to maintain balance. The spirit becomes part of her identity, explaining problems and providing a framework for managing difficulties. The ceremonies allow emotional release, social bonding, and problem solving unavailable through orthodox channels. Islamic authorities generally condemn Tsar as un-Islamic or superstitious, though the practice persists partly because it serves the need that mainstream religious institutions do not address. Modern psychiatry has interpreted possession as dissociative disorder, conversion disorder, or culturally sanctioned expression of psychological distress. But practitioners and participants understand possession as genuinely spiritual, involving real entities that require respect and proper relationship. The tradition demonstrates how possession cults function as therapeutic systems, how marginalized groups create religious practices addressing their specific needs, and how spirit possession serves social and psychological functions while maintaining theological and experiential reality for practitioners. Tsar remains a living tradition despite modernization and religious opposition, adapting to changing circumstances while preserving its essential character. Next up is Greek magical papyri specific recipes. The Greek magical papyri text consists of magical spells, rituals, and formulas preserved on papyrus from Greco-Roman Egypt, dating roughly from the 2nd century BCE to the 5th century CE. Discovered in the 19th and 20th centuries, the papyri provide direct evidence of actual magical practice in the ancient Mediterranean world. The texts mix Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, and Coptic languages, incorporating divine names from multiple pantheons and revealing how magical practitioners synthesize elements from different cultures. The specific recipes or spells within these texts deserve focused attention because of their practical character and continued use by contemporary magicians. The papyri contain hundreds of individual operations, each with precise instructions. One section provides instructions for a sword of Dardanos, a protective ritual involving inscribing a bronze sword with divine names and symbols, then invoking Typhon Seth to bind a demon into the sword for protection and power. Another section gives a love spell requiring a wax or clay figure, specific herbs, a bat, and an elaborate invocation to Aphrodite and other deities meant to compel the target's obsessive desire. The recipes frequently involve materials difficult or illegal to obtain in the modern world, specific animal parts, tomb dust, blood, and other substances. Many spells require items from executions or burials, reflecting ancient necromantic practice. Others specify astronomical timing, particular lunar phases, or planetary hours. Contemporary practitioners face decisions about adaptation. Do you substitute modern equivalents for ancient materials, perform spells as written using whatever can be legally and ethically obtained, focus only on the invocations and symbolic actions while omitting physical components? Different magicians answer these questions differently. Some claim the ancient formulas work precisely because of their specific material requirements, that substitutions invalidate the operation. Others argue that understanding the symbolic logic allows intelligent adaptation. The recipes demonstrate that ancient magic combined practical materialism with elaborate invocations, that the magicians who created these spells believed specific materials carried real power, and that magical practice involved concrete actions in the physical world rather than purely mental or spiritual operations. The recipes blur boundaries between religion, medicine, and magic that modern categories keep separate, showing how ancient practitioners approached all these as aspects of a unified craft for managing spiritual forces and achieving practical aims. Next up is Queria. Queria is a contemporary magical training course developed by Josephine McCarthy, a British magician with decades of experience in various Western magical traditions. Launched in 2015, the system offers completely free, comprehensive magical training through 3 sections: Apprentice, Initiate, and Adept, each containing multiple modules with lessons, practical exercises, and theoretical instruction. Unlike most magical orders that require initiation, fees, and personal instruction, Queria makes serious magical training accessible to anyone willing to work through the material systematically. The approach draws from Western ceremonial magic, angelic work, directional and elemental magic, visionary work, and practical techniques for everything from magical protection to working with death in the underworld. McCarthy designed Queria based on her understanding of what actually works in magic rather than adhering to any single traditional system. The training emphasizes direct experience and personal gnosis while providing structured progression through increasingly complex material. Students work alone, developing skills through practice rather than group ritual or initiatory transmission. The system assumes magic involves real spiritual forces and entities that must be approached with skill, caution, and respect. McCarthy's writing avoids both academic detachment and New Age positivity, presenting magic as serious work with genuine risks and rewards. The freely available high-quality training represents unusual generosity in a field where knowledge is often hoarded or monetized. Queria has attracted practitioners worldwide, with some working through all 3 sections over years of dedicated practice. The system demonstrates that magical training can be systematized and taught through well-disciplined written instruction, that initiation and in-person teaching are not always necessary, and that serious magical education can be democratized rather than restricted to those with access to established orders or teachers. Whether Quaria produces magicians comparable to those trained in traditional orders remains debated, but the system represents one of the most ambitious contemporary attempts to provide complete magical education accessible to anyone regardless of location, finances, or social connections. Next up is Frankism and Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was an 18th century Jewish mystic who founded a heretical movement claiming to continue Sabbatai Zevi's messianic mission. Sabbatai Zevi had proclaimed himself the Messiah in 1665, gained enormous following, then converted to Islam under threat of execution, causing theological crisis. Some followers concluded this apostasy was itself a messianic act, that the Messiah must descend into the realm of evil to redeem the trapped sparks of holiness. Frank took this antinomian logic to extremes. Born around 1726, Frank claimed to be the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi and taught that redemption required deliberately violating Jewish law, that sacred sin would hasten the world's transformation. He led his followers in antinomian rites involving group intimacy, encouraged conversion to Christianity while maintaining secret Jewish identity, and proclaimed himself divine. Frank's movement attracted thousands of followers in Poland despite or because of its shocking theology. Frankists practiced what they called the uplifting of sparks through strange acts, understanding sexual transgression, apostasy, and antinomian behavior as sacred duties. Frank himself converted to Catholicism along with many followers. The movement infiltrated Polish nobility through advantageous marriages, with Frankist families achieving prominent positions while secretly maintaining their heretical doctrines. After Frank's death in 1791, the movement gradually dissolved as descendants assimilated into Christianity or returned to mainstream Judaism. Scholars debate Frankism's legacy and whether it influenced later revolutionary movements, with some seeing connections to radical politics and others dismissing such claims as conspiracy theory. The movement represents antinomianism taken to its logical extreme, the position that holiness can be achieved through deliberate violation of moral and religious law. Frankism troubled both Jewish and Christian authorities, representing a heresy within a heresy, a messianic movement that embraced evil as the path to redemption. The movement demonstrates how mystical theology can generate shocking practical conclusions when pursued without conventional restraints, how messianic expectation can justify apparently immoral behavior, and how religious movements can persist underground, maintaining beliefs that surface orthodoxy condemns. First up in the final tier is Current 93. Current 93 is an experimental music project founded by David Tibet in 1983, named after Aleister Crowley's concept of the 93 current, referring to Thelema in the Aeon of Horus. While ostensibly a musical project, Current 93's work functions as esoteric transmission, with albums exploring apocalyptic Christianity, Gnostic themes, occult history, and personal mystical crisis. Tibet's lyrics reference obscure esoteric sources, from Jacob Boehme to Thomas Traherne to the Comet of 1680. The music itself, evolving from harsh industrial noise to apocalyptic folk, creates sonic landscapes meant to induce particular psychological and spiritual states. Devoted listeners treat Current 93 albums as magical workings rather than mere entertainment, finding layers of encoded meaning and transformative power in the recordings. The esoteric interpretations surrounding Current 93 involve treating Tibet's work as a continuation of English apocalyptic mysticism, as personal magical practice made public, and as encoded teachings about gnosis, apocalypse, and divine revelation. Albums like Thunder, Perfect Mind take titles directly from Gnostic texts, while others reference Crowley and the hidden apocalypse already occurring beneath mundane reality's surface. Tibet's collaborations with figures from experimental music and occult scenes create a network of cultural production where magic, art, and mystical experience blur together. The project demonstrates how contemporary esoteric currents operate through culture rather than traditional orders, how aesthetic production can serve as magical practice, and how occult knowledge transmits through music, imagery, and oblique reference rather than systematic instruction. Current 93 exists for those who encounter it as both art object and initiatory experience, accessible to anyone yet fully comprehensible only to those initiated into the particular current it channels. Next up is Tapi, or the Temple of Psychic Youth Sigil Workings. Tapi was founded in 1981 by Genesis P. Orridge. The organization developed sigil magic practices drawing from Austin Osman's Spare but pushing them toward extremes. Members were encouraged to create sigils for personal transformation and then charge them through sexual gnosis, documenting the process through photographs and written records submitted to the order's archives. The photographic documentation requirement raised obvious questions about exploitation and voyeurism. Tapi presented this as radical transparency, breaking down taboos around sexuality and magical practice, while creating an archive of actual magical work rather than just theory. The organization attracted thousands of members worldwide before fragmenting in the early 1990s amid controversy over P. Orridge's leadership and allegations of manipulation. Tapi's practices influenced chaos magic and contemporary occultism significantly, normalizing sexual gnosis as a magical technique and demonstrating how countercultural movements could function as magical orders. The organization's combination of body modification, industrial aesthetics, and practical magic created a distinct current that continues influencing experimental occultism. Whether Tapi represented genuine magical innovation or exploitative cult dynamics remains contested, with former members offering radically different accounts. Next up is Dragon Rouge's Qliphothic workings. Dragon Rouge is a Swedish left-hand path magical order founded in 1989 by Thomas Carlson, teaching a system focused on the Qliphoth, the reverse or dark side of the Kabbalistic tree of life. While mainstream Kabbalah treats the Qliphoth as husks or evil emanations to be avoided, Dragon Rouge teaches systematic exploration of these realms as a path to knowledge and power. The Order's magical system involves working through each Qliphoth, contacting its governing demons, and integrating the often difficult experiences that result. The practice assumes that spiritual development requires confronting and assimilating the shadow rather than transcending it, that the left-hand path of self-deification requires descent into darkness before ascent to godhood. The Qliphothic workings involve ritual evocation of demons like Lilith, Samael, and the rulers of each dark sphere, meditation on sigils and symbols associated with these forces, and deliberate cultivation of qualities mainstream spirituality condemns: pride, wrath, lust, treated as sources of power rather than sins to overcome. Dragon Rouge presents a sophisticated philosophical framework drawing from Kabbalah, Gnosticism, chaos magic, and Norse mythology, arguing that the adversarial current represented by the Egyptian Seth, Satan, Lucifer across cultures offers liberation from cosmic tyranny. The order operates through lodge structure with degree initiations, requiring serious study and practice for advancement. Critics warn that working with qliphonic forces risks psychological breakdown, spiritual corruption, or worse. Practitioners report that the work is genuinely difficult and dangerous, but also transformative, providing access to power and knowledge unavailable through right-hand path approaches. The Dragon Rouge represents one of the most systematic contemporary organizations working explicitly with dark forces, treating the exploration of evil, chaos, and destruction as legitimate spiritual paths rather than merely rebellious posturing. The qliphonic workings demonstrate how left-hand path magic operates, what it means to worship or work with entities that mainstream traditions define as demonic, and how intelligent, educated people can pursue spiritual development through methods that appear deliberately perverse. Next up is the Meir Jirai concept. The Temple of Meir Jirai is a contemporary left-hand path magical organization that claims establishment in 1436, though it only went public in 2010. The organization, also known as the Meir Jirai Cabal, centers on a path they call apotheosis, the process of achieving self-deification and liberation from what they term spiritual, social, and intellectual bondage. The system teaches that sorcery is humanity's birthright that has been stolen by what they call the JCI, or Judeo-Christian Islamic religious institutions. The organization maintains a hierarchical structure with what they call the 13 Towers of Apotheosis, each focusing on different domains of magical knowledge, ranging from the Tower of the Void dealing with psychic abilities to the Tower of Atrophy concerning necromancy and death magic. The organization operates through a strict code called the Chains of the Abyss, originally established in 1477, which governs conduct, education, and relationships among members. Disciples take a blood pact, aligning themselves with what the organization calls the Nameless God and the 13 blighted lords and ladies of Meir Jirai. The system has produced numerous grimoires teaching specific magical techniques including necromancy, sigil magic, demonic evocation, and various forms of what they classify as black magic. The organization experienced significant controversy when their former ascended grandmaster, known as Somnus Dreadwood, was branded an apostate in 2018 for intellectual theft and other violations, having allegedly stolen material from other members for grimoires published under his name. Despite this upheaval, the Cabal continues under new leadership, targeting advanced left-hand path practitioners who have already spent years working through other magical systems. Next up is Odic Force. Baron Karl Reichenbach, a 19th century German chemist and industrialist, claimed to have discovered a new form of energy he called Ode or Odic Force. Between 1845 and his death in 1869, Reichenbach conducted extensive experiments with sensitive individuals who reported seeing luminous emanations from magnets, crystals, human bodies, and other objects in complete darkness. These sensitivities describe seeing colored flames, particularly from the poles of magnets, with blue light from the North Pole and yellow-red from the South. They reported that certain substances felt pleasant or unpleasant to touch, that human bodies emitted ode, particularly from the hands and head, and that this energy could be conducted through metal wires and accumulated in capacitors. Reichenbach published detailed experimental reports attempting to demonstrate odic force as a physical phenomenon subject to scientific investigation. He correlated the reports of multiple sensitives, controlled for suggestion and fraud, and argued that ode represented a force distinct from electricity, magnetism, or heat, yet sharing some properties with each. The scientific establishment rejected his claims, unable to replicate results using normal observers and finding his reliance on sensitive subjects methodologically suspect. Reichenbach's work influenced spiritualism, theosophy, and various occult movements that saw in ode validation of subtle energies and the reality of the astral plane. Contemporary science offers explanations involving expectation effects, sensory illusions, and darkness, and the human tendency to see patterns in ambiguous stimuli. Yet some researchers continue investigating whether sensitives might perceive actual phenomena that instruments cannot yet measure. The concept of odic force persists in occult discourse as one name for the vital force, life energy, or astral light that magical and healing practices claim to manipulate, even though scientific validation never materialized. Next up is tutelary deities. Tutelary deities are protective spirits or gods assigned to specific individuals, families, locations, or groups. The concept appears across cultures: Roman genii, Greek daimones, Christian guardian angels, and indigenous traditions with personal spirit guides. In magical practice, tutelary deities represent entities with special concern for and relationship to the practitioner, offering protection, guidance, and assistance beyond what working with gods or spirits generally provides. The relationship typically involves reciprocal obligation. The deity protects and aids the individual, who in turn offers worship, offerings, and service. Some traditions teach that tutelary deities are assigned at birth or chosen by the gods. Others suggest practitioners discover or attract their tutelary through spiritual practice and relationship building. Working with tutelary deities differs from general devotional practice because of the personal specificity involved. The deity knows the individual intimately, understands their particular circumstances and struggles, and intervenes directly in their life. In magical orders and lineages, tutelary deities sometimes attach to specific positions or roles rather than individuals. The head of an order might work with a tutelary deity of that office, whose relationship transfers to subsequent leaders. Some grimoires describe rituals for discovering one's tutelary deity through divination or vision. The relationship can be demanding, with the deity expecting regular attention and potentially punishing neglect. Advanced practitioners report that their tutelary becomes increasingly present and active as the relationship develops, sometimes manifesting in dreams, synchronicities, or direct perception. The concept of tutelary deities addresses the human need for personal divine relationship, for a spiritual presence specifically concerned with one's welfare, rather than the impersonal universe or distant gods. In obscure lineages, knowledge of specific tutelary deities, their preferences, and proper relationship protocols remains carefully guarded, transmitted only to initiated members who will work with these particular entities as part of their magical practice. Next up is the Cassiopeian experiment. Beginning in 1994, Laura Knight Jadchik and a small group began channeling sessions using a board and planchette, making contact with entities identifying themselves as Cassiopeians, 6 density beings from the Cassiopeia star system. The resulting material spans thousands of pages of transcripts covering cosmology, human history, hyperdimensional physics, alien influences on humanity, and practical guidance for spiritual development. The Cassiopeian cosmology describes a universe where service to self and service to others represents fundamental orientations, where hyperdimensional beings feed on human emotional energy, and where humanity stands at a transition point, potentially allowing movement to 4th density consciousness. The material combines conspiracy theory, UFO lore, quantum physics speculation, and esoteric teaching into a comprehensive worldview. Knight Jadchik presents the channeling as a research project rather than religious revelation, applying critical thinking to the material and testing claims where possible. The group developed extensive online presence through the Cassiopeia website and forum, attracting followers who study the transcripts and attempt to apply the teachings. The material warns of manipulation by hyperdimensional beings, describes various alien groups with different agendas toward humanity, and provides techniques for increasing awareness and resisting manipulation. Critics note that the cosmology conveniently explains any criticism or opposition as evidence of negative influence, creating an unfalsifiable system. The material's complexity and volume create barrier to entry, while rewarding sustained study with increasingly elaborate frameworks for understanding reality. The Cassiopean experiment takes channeled material to extremes of detail and systematization, creating not just teachings but an entire alternative history, cosmology, and explanatory framework. Whether the source is genuinely hyperdimensional beings, Knight Jadczyk's unconscious mind, or collaborative creation by the group, the material demonstrates how channeling can generate vast amounts of internally consistent content addressing every aspect of existence, from quantum mechanics to spiritual practice to practical advice for daily life. Next up is fourth way shocks and accidents in Gurdjieff's teaching. George Gurdjieff taught that humans exist in a state of waking sleep, mechanically reacting to stimuli without genuine consciousness or will. His system, called the Fourth Way, aimed to awaken people through work on all three centers simultaneously: intellectual, emotional, and physical. Among the more obscure and controversial aspects of Gurdjieff's teaching is the concept of intentional shocks and the law of accident. Gurdjieff taught that the mechanical processes required periodic shocks to continue developing rather than degenerating. In spiritual work, these shocks might come through deliberate creation of difficult conditions, unexpected disruptions, or intentional suffering that jolts the student out of habitual patterns. The law of accident states that most events in human life occur mechanically, determined by forces humans neither understand nor control. People believe that they have will and make choices, but actually they simply react. Gurdjieff reportedly created shocks for his students through sudden reversals, seemingly arbitrary demands, public humiliation, and circumstances designed to provoke specific psychological reactions. Students were told to clean the same floor repeatedly, given impossible tasks, or subjected to contradictory instructions meant to break mechanical patterns. Some former students described these methods as genuinely transformative, breaking through layers of conditioning and self-deception. Others reported them as abusive, creating trauma rather than awakening. The teaching about shocks exists in fragmentary form, with Gurdjieff deliberately obscuring his methods and students offering conflicting interpretations. The concept raises difficult questions about legitimate teaching methods versus manipulation and abuse, about when disruption serves awakening versus when it simply harms. Contemporary Fourth Way groups handle this legacy differently, with some attempting to recreate Gurdjieff's shock tactics and others focusing on less confrontational methods. Shocks and accidents teaching are examples of Gurdjieff at his most obscure and controversial, pointing toward techniques he used but never fully explained, methods that may contain genuine wisdom about breaking mechanical patterns or may simply rationalize harsh treatment of students. Next up is Khepr as ego dissolution. Khepr is an Egyptian word meaning to come into being or to become, adopted by the Temple of Seth as the central principle of their left-hand path philosophy. Michael Aquino, founder of the Temple of Seth, reinterpreted the Egyptian concept to mean the process of individual self-creation and deification, the path by which the isolated psyche comes into existence as an immortal, self-aware entity distinct from the cosmic unity. In mainstream Temple of Seth teachings, Khepr represents the opposite of ego dissolution, emphasizing individuation, separation, and the creation of an eternal self. However, obscure interpretations within and around the temple explore paradoxes where Khepr requires temporary dissolution to achieve true coming into being. These interpretations suggest that before genuine individuation can occur, the false ego constructed through social conditioning must be destroyed. The self that believes it already exists represents the primary obstacle to actual Khepr. Only by dissolving the conditioned ego can the true individual come into being. This process resembles descriptions from mystical traditions of ego death preceding spiritual rebirth, but reframed it within left-hand path philosophy, where the goal is not union with God, but the creation of an autonomous godlike self. The practice involves confronting and destroying all identifications, beliefs, and attachments that constitute the personality, descending into a state of existential crisis and meaninglessness, then consciously rebuilding the self according to genuine will rather than social programming. This represents Kepper at its most intense and dangerous, a process that can result in psychological breakdown if the practitioner cannot successfully rebuild after dissolution. The interpretation exists at the margins, even within the Temple of Seth, representing an extreme reading that most members do not pursue. It demonstrates how left-hand path philosophy can paradoxically require practices that resemble right-hand path ego dissolution, while maintaining fundamentally different goals and metaphysical assumptions about the nature of self and the purpose of spiritual practice. Next up is the Parsons-Hubbard Babylon working. In 1946, Jack Parsons, the rocket scientist and Thelemite that helped found the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, conducted a series of magical rituals in the Mojave Desert with L. Ron Hubbard serving as scribe. Parsons aimed to invoke Babylon, the Scarlet Woman of Thelemic cosmology, and to incarnate a magical child who would usher in the Aeon of Horus. The workings involved extensive invocations, esoteric union rituals with a woman named Marjorie Cameron, and attempts to open a portal for Babylon to manifest through. Parsons recorded detailed accounts of visions, communications, and phenomena he experienced. The rituals drew from Enochian magic, the Abramelin operation, and Thelemic ceremonial practice, creating a hybrid working of enormous ambition and questionable wisdom. The Babylon working generated controversy immediately. Crowley, to whom Parsons reported, experienced alarm at what Parsons was attempting, writing that he feared Parsons had attracted undesirable forces. L. Ron Hubbard's involvement became particularly problematic when he shortly afterward absconded with Parsons' girlfriend and much of his money to start a boat business, suggesting his participation was opportunistic rather than spiritually motivated. Parsons believed the working succeeded, that he had contacted Babylon and the magical child would manifest in the world. Some occultists speculatively connect the working to various subsequent cultural and technological developments, treating it as a genuine magical event that opened gates or shifted probability. Skeptics see it as a delusional episode exploited by a conman. Parsons died in 1952 in a home laboratory explosion with questionable circumstances surrounding its intent. The Babylon working's legacy continues through various magical currents claiming connection to Babylon, through Cameron's later artistic and magical work, and through persistent questions about whether Parsons succeeded in changing reality through his ritual, or simply convinced himself he had, while external events proceeded independently. Next up is Aghori corpse practices. The Aghori are a small sect of Shaivite sadhus, or holy men in India, who pursue enlightenment through the most extreme forms of antinomian practice. Aghoris deliberately violate taboos that structure Hindu society, living in cremation grounds, smearing themselves with ash from funeral pyres, eating from human skulls, consuming alcohol and meat, and reportedly consuming the remains of those in the pyres. The practices aim to transcend duality and the categories of pure and impure, sacred and profane. By embracing what society considers most polluted and horrifying, the Aghori seeks to realize that Shiva pervades all things equally, that ultimate reality contains no division between clean and unclean, life and death. The corpse practices represent the most shocking aspect of Aghori sadhana. Practitioners explain that the corpse represents the ultimate object of human fear and disgust, making it ideal for destroying attachment and aversion. The practice also connects to tantric traditions, where cremation grounds are considered powerful spiritual locations, where the veil between worlds is thin and contact with fierce deities becomes possible. Modern agoris generally avoid the most extreme practices, with only a handful of authentic practitioners continuing the full traditional path. The tradition troubles Hindu reformers who see it as giving Hinduism a barbaric image, though agoris maintain they practice an ancient form of Shaiva sadhana, predating contemporary Hindu values. The agori demonstrate how far the logic of non-duality and transcending conventional categories can be pushed, where even death and decay become vehicles for realization. The agoris exist at the absolute extreme of ascetic practice, pursuing enlightenment through methods that deliberately court madness, death, and the complete dissolution of normal human consciousness. Next up is Mauve Zone. Kenneth Grant, in his extensive Typhonian writings, described the Mauve Zone as a liminal space between waking and sleeping consciousness, a hypnagogic realm where contact with non-human intelligences becomes possible. Grant taught that the Mauve Zone represents genuine metaphysical location or state, not merely a psychological phenomenon. In this twilight consciousness, the boundaries between inner and outer, subjective and objective, dissolve. Entities from outside normal space-time can manifest or communicate. The magician who learns to navigate the Mauve Zone gains access to knowledge and powers unavailable through ordinary waking consciousness or even through conventional magical trance states. Grant's descriptions of the Mauve Zone remain characteristically cryptic and poetic. He associated it with the color mauve or purple-gray, with twilight and liminal times, with the moments just before sleep or immediately upon waking when consciousness shifts between states. Dreams accessed through the Mauve Zone differ from ordinary dreams, carrying information from actual non-human sources rather than merely unconscious processing. Grant connected the zone to his broader cosmology involving Sirius, extraterrestrial intelligences, and the Typhonian current. Practical techniques for working with the Mauve Zone appear scattered through his books, involving specific visualizations, dream work, and cultivation of awareness during sleep transitions. Few practitioners report successfully accessing what Grant described, and those who do offer accounts as fragmentary and strange as Grant's own writings. The Mauve Zone represents Grant's magical cartography at its most abstract and difficult to verify, a concept that may describe genuine territory that very few can access, or may represent Grant's personal visionary experiences that do not correspond to objective phenomena others can independently discover. The zone demonstrates how occult theory can describe states and experiences so specific and unusual that validation becomes nearly impossible, existing in a space where mystical experience, magical practice, and possible delusion become indistinguishable. Next up is Spare's neither-neither principle. Austin Osman Spare, as discussed in previous tiers, taught that ultimate reality transcends all dualities and categories, existing in a state he called neither-neither. This represents not simply non-duality, which suggests oneness, but something prior to even the concept of unity versus multiplicity. The neither-neither is neither existence nor non-existence, neither self nor other, neither one nor many. Spare described this as the state of Kia, pure consciousness before it manifests as anything, the ground from which all experience arises and to which it returns. Access to neither-neither provides magical power because the magician operates from a level of reality more fundamental than the dualities that structure ordinary experience. Spare's descriptions of neither-neither remain paradoxical and resistant to intellectual comprehension, which is precisely the point. The concept cannot be grasped through thought because thought operates through categories and distinctions. Approaching neither requires moving beyond conceptual mind through techniques like the death posture, exhaustion of the rational faculties, and cultivation of what Spare called the alphabet of desire. The magician who achieves neither consciousness supposedly gains ability to manifest desires without the interference of belief or doubt, because these opposites dissolve in the state beyond duality. Whether neither describes a genuine metaphysical reality, a psychological state achievable through extreme practice, or a philosophical concept that Spare mistook for actual experience remains unclear. Spare's own life and magical practice suggest he achieved states he considered neither, though whether these represent what his theory described or something else cannot be determined. The principle represents Spare's magical philosophy at its most abstract and difficult, pointing to an ultimate reality that language and thought cannot capture, but that magical practice might access. Neither stands as Spare's answer to questions about the nature of consciousness and reality, an answer that deliberately refuses to use conventional terms and instead points toward a silence beyond all speech. And to close off, the final tier is the pharmacological Christos. This is a radical and highly controversial interpretation of early Christianity. The theory that the religion began as an illicit, underground mystery cult centered entirely around potent pharmacology. Proposed by classicist Dr. Amon Hillman, this theory argues that modern Bibles are fundamentally sanitized through bad translations. The Greek word Christos is traditionally translated as the Anointed One, the Greek equivalent to the Hebrew Messiah, referring to the ritual pouring of holy oil. Hillman argues that the Greek root verb kryo was used in ancient medical texts to describe the physical rubbing or smearing of potent medicinal and mind-altering pharmacological compounds onto the skin or into the eyes. Therefore, he claims Christ literally refers to those mind-altering compounds themselves. Hillman points to the Garden of Gethsemane as the ultimate proof of this hidden history, focusing on the bizarre and often overlooked passage in Mark 14:51 about an unclothed youth who flees the scene, leaving behind a linen garment. According to Hillman's translation, this wasn't just clothing. The specific Greek terminology points to a medical bandage heavily soaked with mind-altering compounds. Furthermore, he argues that Jesus' legendary agony in the garden, the stumbling, the profound fear, and the sweating of what is traditionally translated as blood, perfectly matches ancient clinical descriptions of a severe induced psychotic break or pharmacological toxicity. This theory takes an even darker and more subversive turn when explaining why Jesus retreated with this young boy while the older apostles slept. Drawing on ancient medical writers like Galen, Hillman suggests the youth was an essential part of the ritual, kept on hand to provide a biological antidote, a calming substance to counteract the lethal venoms and psychoactive compounds Jesus had consumed. However, mainstream classicists, historians, and biblical scholars overwhelmingly reject these claims. Critics argue that Hillman relies on severe etymological fallacies, stripping words of their established cultural context and heavily cherry-picking medical texts to force a provocative narrative that lacks solid historical backing. Ultimately, Hillman's hypothesis for the term Christos stands as his radical answer to the mysteries of early Christianity, an answer that deliberately discards established theological consensus and instead points to a visceral, pharmacological foundation. That completes the 8th and final tier of the Esotericism Iceberg. Thank you so much for sticking around this long. We've traveled from astrology apps and tarot readings, down through centuries of accumulated mystical wisdom, through complex magical systems and rare texts, past the boundaries of mainstream occultism into its darkest corners. Thank you for descending into the abyss with me. Let me know what you'd like me to cover next. For early access to the next video, you can now subscribe to my Patreon or become a member here on YouTube for just $5 per month. For one-time donations, there are PayPal and Coffee links in the description and pinned in the comments. The easiest way to support though, which costs you nothing, is just to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave a comment about your thoughts to help push us in the algorithm. Check out my website Occulys.com and the other history channel I narrate for called Folks of Yore. Again, thank you so much for watching. Until next time.